Supposed to be in charge of doing nothing. First one kind of also code of conduct. I'm never problem in this group at least, but just be honest to each other. Don't be too much of a ask questions and tell them, but not in an aggressive way and so forth. But we have the YouTube stuff of them there, so when if you're presenting or discussing, remember to show the slides, and it's pretty much going to happen anyway, but just make sure that you are, and if you're asking questions or saying something, try to remember to kind of speak to the mic so kind of the YouTube people can hear you. Do I think that maybe 2/3 of the people signed up? Jim might kill me, but if you want to sign up last minute, probably you can. We'll figure it out. But it's at 6 p.m. at the Somalian kitchen. I probably have it already, but if you don't remember the address or the name, it's supposedly like 1 block distance at 6 p.m. And let me know afterwards. We haven't had any experience with this particular place. From last year went fine. This year we hope it's going to be less expensive and at least equally good. But maybe we're collecting feedback. The dinner is still kind of a work in progress. At least the dinner in the summer. Other than that, I think, thanks everyone, thanks the NBER for hosting us. I'm going to hand it over and go for it.
Perfect. We're going to start as we conventionally do with introductions. We're on the front table, then this third, then that third of the audience. Want to start us out?
I'm Camilo Castillo, Ben.
Megan Bussey, Northwestern.
Ben Rosa, Michigan. Leon Mount, Stanford.
Merlin Maraki, Leuven.
Sebastian Bauer, Carlos Todd. Florence Adamar, Northwestern.
Judy Schreier, Yale.
Kevin Williams, Yale. Eric British from Chicago.
Shosh Wasserman, Stanford.
Phil Hale, Yale. JP Dubois, Chicago. Hitler Tabaldo, Columbia. Highbury London Business School.
Fiona Scott Norton, Yale. Nancy Rose, MIT.
Mike Winston, MIT. Tobias Salz, also MIT. Nick Buros, Princeton.
Sophie Calderon, UPenn.
Ki Kim, Boston College. Jeremy Fox, Rice.
Rebecca Dix, Stanford.
Alejandro Zaval, Chicago.
Catherine Shachani, Columbia.
Adam Rosenberg, Stanford.
Kelly Marquardt, Chicago Fed.
Ashley Langer, University of Arizona.
Mark Egan, Harvard. Gastoni Yanis, Northwestern. Aviv Naveau, Penn. Chris Conlon, NYU. Howard Lennon, University of Miami. Alan Sorensen, Wisconsin. John Waldvogel, Minnesota. Michi Igami, Toronto. Mark Miller, MIT. Eric Richard, Chicago. Kim Hendricks, Wisconsin. Rob Porter, Northwestern.
Ricky Masato, Toronto.
Charles Hodgson, Yale. Michael Sinkinson, Northwestern.
Milena Almagro, Chicago Bulls.
Armin Chad, UMass.
Ying Fan, Michigan. Karen Kang, Wisconsin. Yingli Kong, Rice.
Andrew Sweeting, Maryland.
Pamela Barrick, UW-Madison.
Brad Hickman, University of Utah. Brad Shapiro, Chicago. Sagar Saxena, UPenn. Shesh Karp, UPenn. Kels Karatake, Yale.
Kei Kawai, University of Tokyo.
Margarita Walensky, UCL.
Léa Bignon, KU Leuven.
Zane Kashner, MIT.
Brad Ross, UPenn.
Ryan Kellogg, Chicago.
Jonathan Elliott, Johns Hopkins.
Pierre Boulay, Yale.
Anna Russo, Harvard.
Chad Severson, Chicago. Brett Hornbeck, UCLA.
Sarah Moshari, UC Berkeley.
Andrei Simonov, Columbia. Catherine Garishankar, Columbia.
Marcia, Arizona.
Edward Paul, LSE.
Angela Kramer, University of Rochester.
Alex Olson, UPenn.
Leon Muzoff, UPenn.
Renata Benizabova, Harvard Business School.
Michael Sullivan, UBC.
Giovanni Compiani, Chicago.
Will Rafi, UCLA.
Stephen Ryan, WashU. Tom Lallman, BU.
Michael Dinnerstein, Duke.
Michael Dickstein, NYU. Cheney, Maryland.
Ali Yurikolu, Stanford.
Jakub Kastel, Princeton.
Vanna White, Wheel of Fortune. All of you, my generation, are laughing. The younger ones have no idea what I'm talking about.
Ignacio Cuesta, Stanford.
Jake Petitarian, Northwestern.
Ellie Prager, Rochester. Sarah Johnston, Calgary.
Jacob Dorn, Cornell.
Ben Batter, MIT.
Stanford. Tom Holmes, Minnesota.
Aaron Kay, Boston University.
Casimir Smith, MIT.
Victoria Marone, Yale.
Richardson College.
Aaron Manser, Dartmouth.
Olivia Nathan, Berkeley.
Paul Greco, Penn State.
Gaurav Ariel, Boston University.
Chia John, Boston University.
Kaylin Slattery, Berkeley.
Dan Waldinger, NYU.
Natalia Serna, Stanford Health.
Jeff Gordmaker, NYU.
Felix Montag, NYU. Felipe Barbieri, Dartmouth.
Manu Araona, UC Berkeley.
Camila Schneider, BU.
Avner Krebs, Northwestern.
Gabriel Diaz, EAO. Robin Lee, Harvard.
Filippo Paternolo, MIT.
Chelsea Mitchell, MIT.
Takia Zaim, Yale.
Audrey Teo, NYU.
Unwin, NYU.
Chris Sullivan, Calgary. Michael Rubens, BC.
Brad Larson, WashU.
Alex Trogovitsky, U Chicago.
Yixin, Caltech.
Egal, Northwestern.
Thank you all very much. So we are going to get started. And as we get started in this first session, my co-organizers and I had a real dilemma as we were meeting, and we thought, wait, we have two really great papers on airport slots. How are we going to decide which one to have? And so we decided we weren't going to decide, we were just going to have both of them. And in order to make it really great, we were going to call on a discussant, Kevin Williams, to discuss them both. So a small round of applause, at least internally, for our discussant who does the mostest. Kevin for doing two papers. So we're going to have these two papers back to back, and then Kevin is going to discuss them both. So let's get started. We have Sebastian Bauer first, and then it'll be Marlene Mara following up.
Is the YouTube working, yeah?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to organizers for including my paper in this joint session about airport slots. Let me get started. And let me start with some motivation. And let's start with a simple fact, which is that airport congestion is a big problem across the world. Around half of all passengers pass through the congested airport during their travels. Here, when I say congested airport, I mean an airport where the number of flights that would like to land into and out of that airport exceeds the capacity that the airport has. In these congested airports, when an airline wants to fly in, they need a landing and takeoff slot pair to operate. This basically allows them to use all the airport services at a specific time of the day, specific day of the week. And these landing and takeoff slots are allocated through a series of rules, the most important of which is the grandfathering rule. This basically means that as long as you use your slot at least 80% of the time during this year, you get to automatically keep them for next year. Okay? If you use them less than 80% of the time, then you lose them, and those get reallocated by an independent coordinator for free. This system has received criticism. You can imagine, given that we are all trained in economics, that this may lead to not the best incentives. There have been arguments that the current system leads to airlines flying too much, and it also leads to airlines hoarding their slots to prevent competitors and to keep the option value. As a result, there have been widespread calls from reform, both from researchers, from policy makers like the Competition and Markets Authority from the UK, and from journalists. And they all have argued we should reform the system and replace it with some kind of auctions, thereby eliminating the 80% requirement. So in my paper, I study what would happen if we removed this 80% usage requirement and replaced it with some kind of auction. How would that affect competition and welfare? And the setting where I study this question is the EU, where around half of all congested airports worldwide are. And the way I tackle this question is through a two-pronged approach. First, I run an event study where I take advantage of the fact that there were 8 airports that recently introduced the 80% rule in the EU, and I compare those against a set of comparable airports to understand how the rule affects airline behavior. And then to understand the system-wide effects of the rule, I set up an estimate dynamic model of passenger demand, competition, and slot usage. My main counterfactual studies compares the current system against a combinatorial auction, where we are auctioning off all the slots across the entire European Union without the 80% rule, because the idea is that we are auctioning these at regular intervals, and therefore the 80% rule has no bite, because no matter what you do, you lose the slots next period. The main result I have is that going from the baseline to the auction actually reduces total welfare. And the economics behind this are actually very simple. The main idea is that while the current system may generate distortions in who has the slots and who should have them, the fact that there's an 80% rule actually leads to, it's basically incentivizing airlines to fly more. And this is an industry with market power. So by inducing airlines to increase capacity, we're actually forcing them to lower their prices in order to be able to sell the extra seats, and we're also forcing them to offer more varieties to consumers, which also benefits them. Okay? I'm going to skip the literature in the interest of time. I just want to flag that this paper contributes to the literature on airport slot allocation, where Marlene also will be talking more about it later. But it also contributes to the literature on airline competition, where many people in this room have made contributions, including Kevin the discussant. Well, let me just skip ahead and tell you a little bit more about the context and the data. And I'll give you here a bird's eye view of how airport slot allocation works, just enough for you to understand what comes next. And to understand how slot allocation works, you need to think of 3 main actors. The first actor that determines how slot allocation works is the Civil Aviation Authority of the country. Think the FAA here in the US, the equivalents in the rest of the world. The FAA decides which airports are slot controlled, which airports have this 80% rule each year, and they decide it for the summer season, the winter season, or both. After an airport gets declared congested, that airport has to declare its capacity. These capacity declarations are very granular, down to 5-minute intervals, and they are based on how much space there's on the runway, how many gates there are, the handling agents, if it's an international flight, how many people can go through the border at a given time. All of that determines the capacity. After that, the capacity gets allocated to airlines by independent coordinators. These independent coordinators have a set of guidelines through which to allocate these slots. In practice, these guidelines give them a lot of leeway in how to allocate them. What tames the system somewhat is that for most of the allocated slots, especially at the busiest airports, most of them are used more than 80% of the time, and as a result, the place where these independent coordinators can exercise their discretion is actually rather limited. Okay? I'll now tell you about my data. The time frame I cover is 2015 to 2019. I center on the Schengen area, which when you hear Schengen area, think European domestics, flights between most of the EU. You don't have to go through border controls. And my data set needs to answer 3 questions. The first one is, which airports have slot controls, which airports have this 80% rule, and for that, the International Air Transport Association has a list. Then I also need to know how many flights there are on each route. And there is this very cool data set, public use data set that Eurocontrol has. Eurocontrol is the air traffic control agency for Europe. And they have this very cool public use data set called the Aviation Data Repository for Research, which basically gives you detailed operational data at the flight level. It tells you for each flight everything you want to know about it, down to like the flight path over European airspace. The only things that are missing are how many passengers were on the flight and what was the average fare they paid. And for that, I complement my data set with data from OAG, which is market intelligence companies, and they have this data set at the route level, so origin, destination, airline level, that tells you the monthly passengers and average fare. Okay. So with that in mind, let me show you some evidence about, useful evidence about how grandfathering affects airline behavior. And for this, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that between 2015 and 2019, there were 8 airports in the EU that changed from not having this 80% rule to having it. That's the list of the 8 airports. As you can see, these are mostly mid-sized to small-sized airports. Most of the larger internationals have been slot controlled for way longer than 2015. And in the event study, I will compare these 8 airports against a set of similar airports. Broadly speaking, I'll not get into too much detail, but broadly speaking, what I mean by similar airports, these are airports that have some levels of congestions that have been declared as being in an intermediate category of congestion, which is the one these were before having slot controls. But unlike the treatment group, the control group didn't switch to having these slot controls during this time period. Okay? And here I'll show you one result of the event study, which is how the rule affects slot usage. How it affects airlines, how airlines use their slot, whether the rule actually has any bite or not. And for this, I'm actually going to divide my sample into 5 subsamples based on how much slots were used before the slot control. So let me go through this graph. Here you have 5 groups, and each of these groups are all the slots, for example, the blue line, are all the slots that were used between 40 and 50% before slot controls were enacted. Okay? And the yellow line are all the slots that were used 50 to 60% before slot controls. Here I'm plotting you 5 different event studies. And the other thing that I'm doing different from a standard event study is that I'm plotting the coefficient value plus the baseline. I'm doing this so that you can actually see the difference in the graph. So for example, you can see that the 40 to 50% group, the baseline is between 40 and 50. That's by construction, of course. The same for the group between 50 and 60, and so on. Okay? And what you can see is that as soon as slot controls are enacted, all the slots that were used less than 80% jump to around 80%. Okay? This shows you that airlines are, it shows you that the airlines are responding to the incentives we generate. We incentivize them to fly 80% to keep their slots, and they respond by doing it. But what's even more interesting is what happens with the group that's above 80%. Because that group actually sees a drop in usage. And this makes a lot of sense if you think about it, because airlines have both some slots that are using a lot and other slots that are using very little. And a very good way to keep all of your slots is to transfer flights from the slots that you're not using a lot to the flights that you're using very little. Okay? So that's all I want to tell you about reduced form evidence. We want to know how the system affects the, how this system affects, this rule affects the system-wide competition. And for that, we need a model. And so let me give you an overview of my model and how I estimate it. I will not go into too much detail because I want to save time for the simulation and the results. But basically speaking, my model has I airlines and M markets. A market here is an origin-destination pair. And to give you an idea of how an origin-destination pair looks, let me show you this example, the Barcelona to Paris market. In Barcelona, you have only one airport. In Paris, there are 3. There's Charles de Gaulle, which is the big international one, Orly, which is the smaller airport, and Beauvais, which is the airport Ryanair uses. And all of these 3 routes within the market, in my model, are imperfect substitutes, which allows, I need that because otherwise airlines would have no incentive to actually get slots at Charles de Gaulle when at Beauvais they can fly whatever because it's not congested. Good. So let me give you an overview of how the model works. So airlines start with a set of slots at each period. Then, given that they then decide simultaneously how many times to fly each route, here they have to be subject to the slot restriction. That is, if you have 10 slots at Paris, then you cannot fly more than 10 flights out of Paris. And after airlines have chosen all of their flights, then they compete on prices with differentiated products. This last part of the game is static, like nothing you choose with respect to your prices today affects tomorrow's slot allocation. But that's not true about the first stage, because depending on how much I fly, I will see, I will get different slots tomorrow. And what determines this is a transition matrix T. Broadly speaking, you can think of this as if I fly more than 80%, then I get to keep my slots. If I fly less than 80%, I lose some shares, and those get reallocated. Good. So this obviously will be a very complicated model to estimate. I'll get into how I deal with that in a bit, but before that, let me tell you how give you an overview of how I recovered the demand and cost parameters. So in the model, consumers in the market choose from all flights available in the market plus the outside option. The demand will depend on price, obviously. There will be airline route fixed effects which capture certain advantages that certain airlines may have in certain markets. And in addition, there will be other observable characteristics, chief among them the number of routes that you have to other places. The idea being that if from your airport there's an airline that flies to a lot of different places, you are more likely to actually fly it because you may have frequent flyer service or you may be used to using that airline. There will be two marginal costs. The first one will be the seat marginal cost. The second will be a flight marginal cost. The seat marginal cost may sound kind of funny because what's the marginal cost of flying one extra person? The big marginal cost is the aircraft. You can think of this as the opportunity cost that I could have sold the ticket to someone else. Okay? There will be two instruments for price. One of them is due to Marlene, and she'll tell you more about it in her presentation. The other one is very similar. These are both similar in spirit, but it's novel to my paper. These are both cost shifters, and the one that I want to tell you a little bit more about is it's the amount of money that airlines spend on overflight rights per seat. Now, I didn't know this coming into this project, but when an airline flies over a country, they need to pay that country. And those payments scale with distance, and they also in the EU vary depending on the aircraft type you use. And so that gives me variation both between airlines and between routes, and that's the variation I exploit. Finally, how do I recover the back marginal costs? I back them out from the first order conditions of the problems. I have to take some care for the frequency first order condition because for some routes it may not hold. For example, you may want to fly more, but you don't have any more slots. And if that's the case, then it will not be true that marginal benefit equals marginal cost. I do some things with, I do a workaround with that. I'm currently working on improving the thing I do, but I will not tell you about that in the interest of time. And instead, I'll tell you about the simulation. And first, I want to tell you about the baseline simulation. And here, I have an issue, which is that my problem, the dynamic problem of choosing how many frequencies to choose, is actually a very complex problem because I'm choosing how many frequencies to fly in order to maximize my profits, given what everyone else is doing, but I'm also maximizing my future value because depending on what I do and what my rivals do, I will get different slots in the future. And I'm doing all of this for 19 airlines that are choosing what to do for 24,000 routes and 250,000 slots. So obviously this problem cannot be solved in finite time without imposing additional assumptions. So to make progress in the question, what I do is I make the assumption that airlines behave as if this 80% rule, instead of being a strategic choice, is actually a requirement. They are required at these airports to fly 80% of the time at least in total. And why does this help me? Well, it's easy to see that this turns my very ugly dynamic problem into a static problem with an extra set of constraints. Now, the big question is this actually a good assumption to make? And I have some evidence that if you simulate this with the with my event studies. It matches the results that I find in the event studies. But let me just show you one quote from Carsten Spohr. He's the CEO of Lufthansa. And in 2021, he was quoted saying, "We have to operate 18,000 additional necessary flights during the winter purely to secure our slots." And when I talked with the teams at the airlines in charge of slot allocation, they told me that they use this heuristic to keep, in order to fly, choose which flights to cancel or which flights to schedule. So even though it may not be optimal, it maps reasonably well into what airlines actually are doing. Okay? Let me now, in the time that I have left, tell you about the auction counterfactual and some results. My main counterfactual compares the current, in my main counterfactual, I compare the current system against an allocation where I remove the 80% requirement, so the airlines are no longer required to fly at least 80%, and I also reallocate the slots to maximize total system surplus, which in my setting is total airline profits gross of auction payments. Okay? So the idea is that we have a planner that maximizes total airline profits, and we know from the seminal paper on combinatorial auctions, Rasenti and co-authors 1982, that this, the result of a properly designed combinatorial auction is an allocation that maximizes total system surplus. In my setting, that is total airline profits. Roughly speaking, you can think of if we're giving the slots to the airlines that can make the most money out of them. Okay? But the issue is that I have a lot of slots, and testing all the possible combinations is impossible. So to work around that, I built a genetic algorithm to compute the allocation that maximizes total system surplus. Roughly speaking, how does my algorithm work? So I initialize the algorithm with 63 random allocations and the true allocations. I then measure how much profits, total system profits each allocation gives. I select those that perform the best, reproduce them, and there's some chance that there will be a crossover between the different allocations. That is, I swap the allocations from some airports, or there's some probability that there's a mutation. What do I mean by mutation? There's some chance that some slots randomly change hands. And I repeat this for many generations until I get convergence. Now, the theory behind this guarantees that if I have infinite time and infinite individuals, I get to a optimum. In practice, I don't have infinite time nor infinite individuals. So there's a question of how good of an approximation this is. I'm currently working in building a smaller version of this model and see if I can actually solve for the equilibrium and see how good of an approximation the algorithm actually is. In the time that I have left, I'll tell you about my aggregate results. So I have, here you have the total consumer surplus, total airline profits, and total welfare. These do not stack up because I'm starting at 10 billion, but they are, the total welfare is the sum of the other two. And if you just remove the 80% rule but keep the allocation constant, this is what happens. Consumer surplus goes down, airline profits go up. This is not surprising, we're just removing a constraint from them. But total welfare actually goes down. And why is this happening? Well, it's because airlines are selectively dropping some routes and are also in such a way that they compete less. And as a result, they can charge higher markups. And also, since they are flying fewer passengers and fewer routes, that also reduces the amount of choice that the consumers have. Oh, sorry. This shouldn't happen. Yeah. But what happens if you then, in addition, reallocate the slots to maximize total system surplus? So total welfare actually goes up a little bit, so you can see that the auction actually has some gains in efficiency. But interestingly, total welfare, that's the sum of consumer surplus, airline profits, and obviously, since we are doing an auction, the auction payments actually doesn't go all the way up to what we had before. So the fact that we are no longer requiring the airlines to fly 80% actually has a cost in terms of consumer, in terms of total welfare, because this is an industry with market power. And we are essentially allowing airlines to shrink output. And how does this decompose? So where does the problem come from? So there's two main effects. One I call the competition effect, the other market loss effect. Airlines drop many markets where they no longer are required to fly. They were flying them to keep their slots, like, I don't know, Air France was flying from, say, Charles de Gaulle to Bilbao, but they are no longer required to do it, so they drop those slots. And that hurts consumers from that particular market. But in addition, there are some markets where there's loss of competition. Maybe one airline drops, the other not, and as a result, consumers are worse off, and markups actually go up. So that's what I have to say about this. Since I have a little bit of time, let me just show you one thing, which is that there are winners and losers in this setting. Here I'm showing you, I have the, okay, that's an issue. Here I have the map of all the regions in the EU. As you can see, most regions actually are worse off because of the change from the current system to an auction. That is because there are fewer flights and fewer competition. But there's some regions like Brittany, Slovenia, Northern Norway that are actually better off because of the change. Okay? And why is this happening? It's because airlines, before they wanted to fly, say from, for example, Air France wanted to fly from, say, Charles de Gaulle to Slovenia, but the problem is that they had to defend slots at Bilbao airport. But since they are no longer required to fly from Charles de Gaulle to Bilbao, they now have an extra slot that they can use to fly to another place that where they are better off. And that's why some regions, particularly not congested regions, are actually better off. And now I am terribly sorry for doing this, but I forgot to put the button, so let me just go all the way back to, wait, I can do this. Let me see. Yeah, perfect. Let me just show you one more thing, which is that why don't airlines like auctions? Airlines are actually better off, at least without taking account payments. But I can use my algorithm, excluding one airline at a time, to actually compute the payments that the airlines would make under the auction. And what I can find is that airlines are actually worse off after auctions. And this maps well into when I talked with airlines and asked them, would you like to switch to auctions? They told me, no, we don't want to switch to auctions for these slots. And they gave me many reasons, but one reason they gave me is, we currently get the slots for free, we wouldn't want to start paying for them. And this maps well into what I find. But while in general all airlines are worse off, there are heterogeneities. What do I mean by this? Let me just show you. Here I have the 5 top airline groups in the EU. And what you can see is that most airlines, when you go from the baseline to the auction, are actually worse off. Okay? But there's an exception. And I should have hidden which one is the exception, but Ryanair is the exception. Ryanair is actually better off even after payments. Okay? And if you have ever taken Ryanair, you know that they generally don't fly out of the busiest airports in Europe. That's part of it is a business decision, but there's also the fact that they cannot access many of the airports in the force that they would need to operate there. And Ryanair is actually one of the most vocal opponents of the current system. Let me just read you this quote from Michael O'Leary. If you've ever heard anything about him, you know that he's a very outspoken person. And he was once quoted saying, Lufthansa loves crying crocodile tears about the environment when doing everything possible to protect its slots. Slots are the way it blocks competition and limits choice at big hub airports like Frankfurt, Brussels, Vienna, among others. So this actually maps into what I end up finding with respect to Ryanair. Okay, I'm almost out of time, so perfect. I'll then conclude. In this paper, I study what would happen if you remove the 80% usage requirement, how that would affect competition and welfare. I showed that the 80% usage requirement affects airline behavior. It creates distortions in airline behavior, but it also seems to increase competition. So with my dynamic model, I aim to understand the net effect of these two forces. And I find that the auctions lead to a drop in total welfare due to lower competition, but these effects are heterogeneous both among areas of the EU and also among airlines. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. And Marlene is already on her way. Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right, so thank you to the organizers for including the paper in the conference. I can be short about the institutional details because of the previous presentation. So let me just summarize and say that the way that we currently deal with insufficient airport capacity at more than 200 airports across the globe, it's kind of inefficient, generates entry barriers, incumbency advantage, So we reallocate time slots to airlines based on historic rights with grandfathering, or in a first-come, first-served manner to airlines on the wait list. Okay, so let's auction them. That's an often heard proposal. The typical proposal is to hold auctions of a small share of airport slots, 10 to 20% of the capacity, give airlines 20 or 10-year rights, and do that regularly. Okay, so that was the case in the JFK slot auction proposal in 2009, for instance. Similarly, there calls for more competition in reallocating small slots, batches that become free after bankruptcy, slots that are returned to the pool, slots that are available from divestitures. At least in Europe, there's no well-functioning secondary market for these type of slots. Now, IATA opposes auctions. They say it's going to be disastrous for consumers, and it's going to generate a lot of uncertainty. So, of course, these are self-serving statements, but there might be some truth to that. So the welfare effects of auctioning these type of items are ambiguous for three main reasons. First, they're the standard competition effect, okay? So let's say small carriers get larger, or there may be some entrants, and there's more competitive pressure on the incumbent, prices go down. Okay, so that's a typical kind of competition effect of the auction. But then there's the variety effect, because everybody's going to use the slots in a way that best serves their own network's needs. Okay, everybody's going to offer different flights in the slot, and it's unclear ex ante whether the network changes are welfare increasing or not. Now, that's a variety effect. And third, even if you hold the choice of flight fixed, the dominant carrier, the larger carrier, is probably able to offer the flight cheaper, and or consumers might prefer to fly with a big carrier because of the network benefits that it creates. Okay, so as a result, if you hold an auction, the larger carrier might value the slots more, amass more, and so concentration might actually increase. Okay, so this kind of summarizes the findings of my paper. That's exactly the story that's behind my results. But the twist here is that yes, concentration increases, but consumers are better off on the whole. Okay, and that's really coming from the network benefits that a larger firm, larger carriers provide on the margin. Now, to summarize the motivation, or to finish the motivation, so there's no large auction data sample, so we cannot do the usual bid-based recovery of values and then do standard mechanism design analysis. And the prior literature only documents basically the inefficiencies in the system or focuses on feasible alternative mechanisms, more like computational analysis, but shied away from welfare. So that's what I do in the paper. So I provide a framework to quantify the welfare impacts of introducing competition for slots. A key idea is to derive slot values from a flight level model of demand and supply of flights. This is tailored to capture slot relevant profit drivers. I will explain you, of course, which they are. Hopefully I have some time to talk about robustness and validation, but there are a lot of different assumptions under which you can, of course, generate the outcomes, and the results are pretty robust against those. Now then, after you recover slot values, I reassign a small share of an airport's slots to the firms that value them the most. So that will be the outcome of a competitive allocation, recompute the market equilibrium, and assess the effect on allocation and welfare. All right, so to estimate a flight level model, I need flight level data, and I'm super thankful for the French civil aviation regulator, so the French FAA, who gave me access to a really wonderful data set containing about 120,000 flights departing from two of the most slot-constrained airports in the world. These are Paris-Charles de Gaulle and Paris-Orly Airport. Flights to 119 global destinations offered by 55 carriers. And this data, you're probably familiar with the DB1B data, which also produces nice papers. But the benefit of this data set is that it has flight identifiers, okay? So I observe time of day, date of the flight, so it's just like a flight and average fares on the flight, quantities sold. Okay, so with that I can identify time of day preferences, and I can differentiate slot values by timing. In addition to capture in a rich way the network of the carriers at the origin and destination, I have the global flight schedules of all carriers everywhere, including aircraft details, so I can kind of see how the flight sits into in the network of the carrier. All right, so a flight level analysis, it requires a change of perspective, especially if you have the more typical itinerary-based model in mind. So to do that, let's first say that airlines need slots for all slot-constrained airports on a consumer's itinerary, and people make connections, but flights really don't. Okay, so to load the value of a departure slot that lives in Charles de Gaulle, to construct this value, I'm going to account to it the change in profits across the carrier's network when it offers a flight in that slot. In this example, it's a flight from Charles de Gaulle to Atlanta. Internalizing the direct externalities of this flight on the carrier's network at origin and destination. And I will be more detailed. So at a high level, I'm building on the demand model of Berry and Gia. So it's going to be a two-type random coefficient nested logic model. All products are in one nest, so the products are flights. Markets are a combination of Paris, destination, airport, interacted by the month. Okay, so people want to fly to Boston in July because they have a conference, and so it's going to reduce the number of products per market for me. And the price is the average fare of the seats on the plane. Okay, now the idea here is that the plane, the quantity, that's just the number of seats that are sold. It consists of both connecting and direct passengers. So the idea is that the capacity is fixed. So these passenger types compete for seats. And so in equilibrium, the marginal revenue contribution of both passenger types has to be the same. Okay? So that's why I can use the direct fares to capture the prices for both types. So to cement ideas, so the utility will be for this flight, let's say 10:25 flight from Charles de Gaulle to Atlanta, including direct passengers and people who connect from another flight. Let's say this feeder flight here from Nantes. Connecting passengers are accounted for in three ways. The definition of market size, which will be broader than just population sizes at origin and destination. Substitution to outside airports, and I will explain that with a graph later. And finally, I include in demand the potential connectivity of this flight. Okay, so let me explain that. So that is a variable that is constructed as follows. So it counts the number of flights by the same operator or code-sharing partner that arrive between 1.5 to 6 hours prior to the departure of this flight from the origin. So in the example, this count includes the flight from Nantes. And the same thing at the destination. So the number of flights that depart from the destination after the arrival of the flight in Atlanta. I find that one standard deviation more potential connectivity, business travelers are willing to pay €77 more for that at the departure airport, reflecting Charles de Gaulle's hub status, 26 at the arrival airport, and leisure travelers are willing to pay about 1/3 of that. Now I wanted to emphasize that even €25 is really quite a large amount in this setting, because the estimated average profit per seat is €100. Okay, so it's really about 25% of profits per seat, supporting the fact that slots that are better connected in an airline's network are going to generate more profit and are going to be more valuable to that carrier. Now, in addition, time preferences are also included in demand. So I will spare you the whole history of this variable, but turns out that time preferences are somewhat cosine shaped. So they peak in the morning and they dip in the evening, but they were a bit noisy in between. So I force time preferences to be smooth. So I force this cosine shape on my time preferences. I consider different specifications. I finally select an arrival time preference specification, which has the benefit also of kind of capturing that if you fly from France to China or to Germany or to the US and people want to arrive at a certain time, this naturally is going to give you a different optimal departure slot in Paris. Okay? Now then you can estimate, so the coefficient that you so this is the variable, and so you just estimate the coefficient on the variable, which is the amplitude of the cosine, and it tells you how much more consumers are willing to pay to arrive at 7 a.m. versus 6 hours later when the cosine has a value of 0. Okay, so business travelers really drive the time preferences here. They're willing to pay 145 euros to arrive in the morning, much more than leisure travelers, so that's insignificant. Another thing that is nice is that you can, even with arrival time preferences, you can look at diversion ratios among departures. And you can see, because especially in Europe, business trips are short, so it shows up even in diversion ratios in departing flights. So let's say you take out an 8 a.m. flight. Business travelers are 1.5 times more likely to substitute to another morning flight on average across destinations rather than substituting to a flight that departs after 10 a.m. Okay? Where leisure travelers are more likely to substitute to flights after 10 a.m. because they're cheaper and they don't have this strong time preference. Now, obviously, you don't get that in a model without time preferences or with undifferentiated time preferences, in which case the only difference between the types is driven by the fact that at these times there are different flights available at different prices. Okay, so the conclusion from this type of analysis is that not just the number of slots, but also the timing of slots really matters for market power, motivating the large sums of money that are paid for morning slots in important business airports, and even the fact that there are even slots available at very congested level 3 airports in the middle of the day that are less suitable, less profitable. Okay. All right. Okay, so here are my all of my estimated coefficients on the demand and cost side. I highlight here in red the variables that generate spillovers to other flights within the same airport. So for instance, I estimate that there is a cost advantage for carriers who are able to space their departures on a certain date to any destination closer together. Right, so that's the spacing variable. And one thing that I like about that is if you combine that with time preferences, you're going to get endogenously this kind of flight banking, which we observe in airline strategies. And here in blue, I highlight variables that internalize what you can interpret as the direct externality of this flight on the rest of the carrier's network at origin and destination. Right, so the connectivity variables that I mentioned before, but also on the supply side, it's really the flights that are linking the network together. So I estimate, for instance, a net benefit on the network of having the flight arrive at the destination earlier. So these are the arrival time estimates. So early enough in time to offer another profitable flights onward with the same aircraft. And the same thing here with slot-constrained destinations. There's a network benefit of having the plane arrive at the destination when it's slot-constrained because it's more costly to cancel the onward flight. So that's in terms of cost and demand estimate. You get very reasonable price elasticities, profit estimates. So the average learner index, 0.42. 0.43 for Air France. Very close to Air France itself reported 0.48. Same period, so this is all the summer season of 2018. But their number includes flights in the entire network, not just departures in Paris. And it includes profits from belly cargo. So it's naturally a bit larger, but otherwise very similar. Average profit per flight, about 20,000 euros. More for long-haul flights, profit per seat, 100 euros. Also within the range self-reported by Air France. Logically in the middle of these numbers. So 28 is what you get when you take out fixed costs. 203 is just the variable profits. Okay, I need to speed up already. So I will skip identification for the discussion. This is an important thing to mention. So beyond what I just explained, there's one other element that's very important for slot values. Let's take this example. This slot is used for a flight from Charles de Gaulle to Dubai. Some of the passengers are connecting, some of them are coming, let's say, from JFK. If you take out this flight from a carrier's portfolio, some of the connecting passengers are going to go on other flights in Charles de Gaulle. Some of them might decide to substitute to a direct flight or take a connection in another airport, right? So the broader network opportunity cost of losing a slot in Paris are going to be smaller when the carrier has more outside connections, okay? Because you can capture more of the profits from connecting passengers substituting elsewhere. As a result, a carrier with more outside options is more likely to shed low profit flights from Charles de Gaulle, whereas a carrier that's kind of constrained by its Paris hub will be less inclined to do so. Okay, so in line with that, I proxy for these like network opportunity cost, CAH, as the gap between the average profit and the least profitable flight in a certain hour. So that's a reduced form measure, of course, but I show in the paper that this correlates with outside network variables, which are excluded from these estimates of profits, right? So that's going to be part of my slot value definition. So slot value defined as the difference in the carrier's profits with and without the time slot. That leaves many questions unanswered, so I'm going to try to answer a couple now. So when I say slot, from now on I mean the series of all weekly slot pairs in a flight season. For instance, all 31 consecutive Monday morning 9 a.m. departure slots in Charles de Gaulle. I approximate the time dimension by hour rather than 5-minute interval, so there are 245 unique combinations of hour, day, airport in my data. Each of them I will reallocate once. Okay, so if you think about the operation in an airport, within an hour and a day, there are many more flights. So that means reallocating a small share of the airport slots in the data, about 6%. I will load all flight profits on the departure slot, assuming that there are matching arrival slots available to all carriers at the same cost. This is important. I'm going to select, or carrier is going to select the highest profit flight at baseline that is compatible with the slot timing. Okay, so there has to be at least one other carrier in the data that flies to that destination within 2 hours around this slot time, and that is to impose time zone sensibility and nighttime restrictions so that the counterfactual network is kind of sensible. I do that only for existing carriers, the 4 largest carriers in the data. There's no entry of carriers, there's no entry of routes to minimize an exposure problem. This I said, and I will hold the rest of the network fixed when I make changes in Paris. Okay, now mathematically, so the value of a slot to carrier slot S to carrier A is the difference in its profit. So this is a vector of flight level profits from all flights departing from Paris. If slot S goes to carrier A, minus what happens in the worst case, so notice that this is not 0, in the worst case, when the carrier that reduces carrier A's profit by the most wins the slot. Now why do I do that? That generates the strongest slot hoarding motive, so that generates the strongest incentive to have ghost flights and sit on slots for future opportunities. That's the first reason. The second reason is that now these values are private values, and we know that, I'm not simulating an auction, but we're looking at an auction with allocative externalities, and we know that under private values, an equilibrium exists. Okay, so that's a nice property to go on with. Estimated slot values, on average, 855,000, but huge asymmetry among carriers. Okay, so the dominant carrier has much higher value because of its network benefits, and obviously that's going to reflect the outcome of competitive allocation unless you design the mechanism in a way that limits that. I'm going to skip validation, but I wanted to highlight this. These are the spreads between the highest and the second highest values for Charles de Gaulle and Orly across time. The median is really large, okay? Meaning that if you have other things in mind that I exclude from the demand and the cost model, they have to be quite large and asymmetric across carriers to change the results relative to what I will show you. And you can see that the spreads are smaller in coveted peak hours in the morning and in the evening in both airports. Okay, so that reflects the scarcity of slots at those times in reality. All right, so this is what you get when you reallocate. So this is consumer surplus changes across the 245 slot changes in different scenarios. But you can see across scenarios, across the board, consumer surplus increases, driven really by business travelers. In the unrestricted scenario, it's mostly by the extra availability of long-haul flights, especially in the morning. You know, this picture is a bit more nuanced when you add a restriction that carriers can only add flights to destinations that actually expanded between 2018 and 2019. So that imposes some unmodeled system-wide constraints. So this restricted scenario, so I'm running out of time, but this restricted scenario is a bit more, it's the least counterfactual, let's say, the most conservative. And even then, the only carrier that makes consumer surplus increasing changes in their network is the dominant carrier, Air France. Okay, this summarizes the welfare effect. If you now reallocate all 245 slots, recompute the market equilibrium, consumer surplus increases on the whole 3.2%, but only in markets operated from Charles de Gaulle, not from Orly. Spillover to other markets are small. The variable profits for the carriers increase for all carriers except the one that appears marginal in these auctions. Price changes are small, so price change is really kind of constrained by you know, the fact that these are small changes to the network, so the competitive pressure of the other carriers remains large. This is obviously going to be larger when you start allocating all slots, and well, I'm not going there. And pollution costs are small, but still we're having larger aircraft. Actually, we're adding 38,000 seats in the same airport capacity. But yeah, because the aircrafts are larger, there's a small cost of pollution. It's less than 1% of the consumer surplus gain. So I can summarize by saying that introducing competition for slots has large welfare potential. You can also interpret these as being, you know, what would happen if you introduce competition in the secondary market, like remove frictions there, auctioning waitlist slots, or primary slot batches as long as they're small. So it could generate about 1 million per weekly slot pair welfare gains. Concentration increases, but consumers are better off at the margin, especially consumers with the strongest time and connectivity preferences who value the network benefits the most. And then the resulting efficiency gains come at limited environmental cost. And I will summarize as well the takeaways. Not all of this I have shown you, but takeaways from the paper is that departure slots appear to be more desirable during peak times, when they're better suited to connect indirect passengers, when they're suitable to arrive at favorable times at profitable long-haul destinations, or at times when competition to destinations is less. And I'm going to leave it here. So, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we'll now invite Kevin to come up. I realize we kind of assigned you a general exam question. Compare and contrast the methodology and results of Bauer 2026 and Mara 2026. So good luck.
everyone. What am I going to do? There's a lot going on in these papers, so I opted to highlight some of the economics, provide you 3 facts, give 3 general comments that I think might apply to both papers, and then I'm limiting myself to 1 comment specifically to each paper. And I do appreciate this assignment because I learned a lot. I'm still learning about these papers when I think about them. I went on a jog this morning with 2 people in this room, and we were discussing these papers. They're very interesting. And I think they're topical for those of you who went through Boston Airport yesterday. Like, airports are a thing, and they affect market outcomes. And for those of you in New York, as an example, 3 days ago, LaGuardia auctioned off, I believe, 22 slots that were Spirit slots, and now they've been acquired by JetBlue. So I think this is important material. How I view these airports, a few of you in this room have thought about and written about how airports affect market outcomes, and I like these papers because they're contributing to this, in some ways, understudied area. You all know the mechanism. I'm not going to review the papers, by the way. The mechanism's pretty important. If you had this slot and you used it, you can use it again. Now you have the slot, you have to keep using it, otherwise you lose it. And if you lose it, maybe good luck getting it back. Here's some of the forces in these papers, and they think about them slightly differently, but I'm sufficiently confident that I can present them together. The first is these papers make me think about raising rivals' costs. Because if there's 1 slot and I get it, I send your cost to infinity and you're out of the market. And so that's going to be a pretty important thing to think about. There's exclusivity here. The second is that this mechanism may encourage output, even for profit routes that are not profitable. I think these papers are presenting something like this. For some airports, some times of the day, let me go through it. I think we're in like a VSS not world. My slots and your slots, and I have some value of them. There's a problem. If I don't use my slot, I give it to you. And so I go down 1 and you go up 1, and I don't want to do that. I would really like to have this slot and just sit on it, the first one. But I can't do that because then I lose it. And I think that's really interesting. I believe it's an important part of these papers. I think there might be an opportunity to expand on it a bit more in the work, but nonetheless, I haven't really thought about this sort of competitor scarcity in this way before, and I really like it. There's a lot of details, like what airport we're talking about, flight frequency. Maybe the firm that's big will provide benefits if they get it because they're going to expand to a new route, and I'm going to bring people through that airport to this new route. And so I'll just summarize this economic force as there's a lot of heterogeneity, I think, in the background, and it's not necessarily the case that we should have a bunch of small airlines operating at airports around the world. But because there's so much richness in these papers, in the world, the match value of who gets the slot is going to be really important. Okay. My review is, I think there's just a lot of material in these papers, and I very much appreciate not only being forced to read them, but think about them and for all of us to have access to them and discuss. I will say, like, airlines are an industry to study where there is data out there, but maybe not the data for the questions that we want to answer, like maybe on airports. And both of these papers have moved us forward in getting access to what I think is some very cool data. And I think the models are very ambitious, and there's lots of moving parts. Okay, I'm going to give you 3 facts. First, these infrastructure constraints are real. I pulled data from the FAA for the level 3 airports in the United States, JFK, LaGuardia, and DCA, and what I would like you to focus on is that basically all the slots are allocated all the time. But some of you are like staring at that. I'm like, no, that's not true. This kind of quirk, interesting. It turns out when there was the 737 MAX grounding, the FAA said, actually, we're not going to enforce the rule. That's just an observation, but it is kind of interesting that in the world in which this would be the most binding, people have relaxed the constraint. This was not just in the United States, it was around the world, and it was actually the same thing that happened during COVID, that the use it or lose it rule was relaxed, and it actually took several years for various airports or countries to bring it back up. Why am I highlighting that? If you look in the EU ruling on this, they said the effect of the current waiver is to freeze competition to 2019 levels. And that's what I think Sebastian's paper is really making me think about, and I really like it. It's like we've had this slow-moving thing of I've added one route, I've added one frequency, and not much changes over time. What happens if we just like blow it up and start over? And so I think his paper is suggesting actually we've kind of preserved some of this competitive aspects of this industry with the mechanism in place compared to something else. If you look at JFK over time, nothing is changing. The top 4 carriers basically have maintained their slots, which is a key part of these works. For those of you who are into airlines, you'll notice that actually the 4th largest holder of slots at JFK is United Airlines, who does not serve JFK. That's interesting, because they went into a long-term lease with Delta. And again, 3 days ago, we're now seeing a relatively large change in slots at LaGuardia. This tells us who holds slots, but not who wants slots. So let me go to Europe. You're looking at the winter 19 slot outcome, or desires, I guess, at London. What happened in this season is 12 slots were released because of the use it or lose it rule. There were 800 requests for these 12 slots. And all 12 slots were obviously reallocated, and you can see who won, and we have a bunch of losers. So the grandfathering is important. If you go to London, it's like approximately 100%. I think this is like very much Marlene's way of thinking, and I like it a lot. It's true at Orly too. Once they hit 250,000 flights, they're done. And they're like completely slot constrained, and I think that's very much her world. It's like, let's take what we have today and let's incrementally change it and see what happens, and it turns out that's an important question. I believe that's an important question. So that's kind of how I think about the framing in both of these papers. There's substantial variation in when airlines want slots. This is, again, London. It might be a different season. That's fine. You're looking at capacity constraint essentially in the outlined box blue and demand of carriers in orange, and they want to fly more than they're allowed to. So exploring questions of how do airports affect market outcomes, very important. So this also gives a nod to heterogeneity. Like, it seems like the morning is different than the afternoon. Okay, let me give you 3 general comments. The first is I don't think level 3 necessarily means constrained all the time. This is data from Manchester, and this airport is constrained 12% of the time, if you think about time of day and day of week. This is also true in Paris, where the airport is constrained, at least in a runway way, 25% of the time. I don't know how much this holds universally, but there's some evidence that I think this idea that level 3 might not always mean constrained has some bite. If you look at a review or an audit Sydney Airport conducted, they basically say the following: we give out slots and then they don't use them, and then we give them the same slots again because they're not congested at some times of the day. This is what I could gather until I went to Fable Jail. Here is what I could gather about airports around the world in terms of how constrained they are. Again, there's so much institutional. It's not just the runway. It could be the terminal. It could be the apron. Different airports handle this different ways. I'm just showing you data on how constrained these airports are in terms of slots, runway slots. Okay, why am I boring you with a bunch of data facts? Because I think it matters for match value and the hoarding incentives. I think airports have basically two regimes. It's like the constrained time and the slack time. And I actually think that's pretty cool because we can think about, oh, no one's taking this slot because it must not be profitable to do so, versus a time of day that's constrained and maybe I really want to fly there, but in addition, I want to fly there because it keeps you out, going back to the early slides. All right, so I think, of course, there's an additional data exercise here of thinking about airline schedules and slot reports, and I'm not sure to what extent all airports provide this until you ask, but here's what I'm thinking. For Marlene's paper, this is almost like a check or a discussion on the recovered valuations. Because I think we can tease apart like the entry incentive versus, okay, I've decided to enter, but I also get this added boost by keeping you out, even though it's a static model, it still holds. And so I think that's maybe a nice check or a discussion. For Sebastian's paper, what I think I've learned is that if you take the max of schedules, it doesn't necessarily mean that's the actual constraint that the airport faces. And this enters how I recover marginal costs, the difficulty in recovering marginal costs when we're in a constrained world, and it feeds through into the counterfactuals. This is not a critique, it's just if we can use and exploit this additional data, I think we can learn a few new things. Comment 2 is quick and just reflects my self-interest, frankly. This is an org chart that I found from Air France. I believe it was the VP of IT, at KLM Group. And even though this is, quote, one airline, it seems like it's two airlines. They maintain different network planning departments, different flight operation groups, different operation control, et cetera, et cetera. The papers take different approaches in how we pursue this. And I just think it's interesting to think about and maybe comment on or write a separate paper on. More pointed, if we're going to model KLM and Air France as a joint airline, because they're joint, why not model the other airline groups as also a joint airline? Maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe this org chart suggests that they might not be internalizing things in how we would write down their objective function. I don't know the right answer here, but they have the ability to comment on it or write a separate smaller paper or a very big paper about having merged firms and having agency problems or different things. I think that's a very fruitful area for future work. Okay, my last comment is thinking about hubs. These papers need to think about hubs and the value of slots. So let's go through an exercise to calculate the marginal value of a slot. I'm going to be pretty loose here in how I define slot, flight, capacity. Just go with me. I think most of this will hold. There might be some nuances. Hubs are important. In 2013, 65% of passengers at Dubai flew Emirates, so big carrier, and 70% of passengers transferred. If you've been to Dubai, you likely have flown Emirates, and you likely connected. It's also true in Charles de Gaulle, 30% of passengers transfer at that airport. Orly seems like a very different airport to me. People are going to Paris if they fly to Orly. Okay, so here's my thought exercise. Different carrier, different airport, doesn't matter. Think about Lufthansa, that's what LH means. Lufthansa has a hub in Frankfurt, and they take passengers from Hamburg and Venice to Miami. And if you live in Frankfurt, you can also go to Miami. Sounds fun. There are 3 seats left on Frankfurt to Miami. Notice that Frankfurt to Miami is serving different types of passengers. What I mean by types are people from different origins going to Miami. This is almost surely what Lufthansa is doing. It's probably what most large airlines are doing. They order willingness to pay in this network. there are 3 seats left on this leg, Frankfurt to Miami. They select the top 3 willingness to pay consumers. And so the last person that gets on this plane is the top high willingness to pay Frankfurt, Miami consumer. And the first consumer that is, quote, rejected from the flight is the second highest willingness to pay, Frankfurt, Miami. What I'm starting to build up is this shadow price intuition that now it seems like the opportunity cost of a seat on this Frankfurt, Miami leg is approximately $600. Okay. Let's change the network and let's add a new flight. Again, I said flight, frequency, it's all kind of being lumped in this logic. We're going to have Berlin, Frankfurt. A new passenger might want to fly to Miami. Lufthansa is going to order willingness to pay, select the 3 highest willingness to pay consumers, and what you see now is the highest willingness to pay Frankfurt, Miami consumer is out of luck. They've been displaced by someone that is using Frankfurt as a connection point. Where I'm going is local demand on Frankfurt to Miami didn't change, but of course the opportunity cost of capacity changed because now I've made my network better, and consumers are going to be competing for seats. Okay, so if you look at this flight, willingness to pay looked like that, and now it looks like this. Very good. Why is this important? Because I think a lot of the economics in both of these papers goes something like this. In these papers, there's more nuances here. I can't even go through all the nuances. This is my impression. In these papers, I'm going to add a frequency. In one paper, I get a new logit shock. What is logit shock? Vertical quality. My products are better. I'm going to increase price. What happens to you? I have now squeezed you because my share is going up and your share is going down. My price is going up and your price is going down. Okay, it makes sense. But if I added a competitor to the model that I just showed you, the economics are different. What happens is my price goes up because the opportunity cost of my capacity goes up. You look at that, if you're operating Frankfurt to Miami, and you're like, wow, my competitor is pretty full, and their price is going to be high. Maybe I should also increase my price because it's strategic complements. Okay. This logic, I believe, is still true if quality is costly. I've only focused on the demand side here. This logic still holds if, for whatever reason, if my quality goes up, my marginal cost goes down. My price might go down, but I'm still squeezing you in the first model versus, I believe, the key economics in the second model is that capacity is scarce and it might cause prices to go up. Sorry. If my price is going to go up, you might increase your price, not decrease your price. Okay, so it's a graph like that versus that. And it's just a different intuition. Maybe it's a different intuition. I'm not totally sure because there's so many moving parts in this paper, but let me just give you the thought in a different way. If you live in Frankfurt, you love that you can go anywhere. I think that's a key part of both these papers. Simultaneously, if you live in Frankfurt, you don't like that you're competing on every destination you might want to fly to. I don't know how to incorporate that. I don't know if this force, this scarcity, is incorporated and how exactly. It seems very hard, and these models are already very hard, so this comment is not, hey, make your model harder. In fact, if you had the data to do it, meaning connections data, I don't even know how to solve that model. But I think it's an interesting point and could use some discussion. The extent to which that force does appear, like a scarcity rent of some form, because I think I get the impression that's a reason why hubs can be beneficial for these carriers. Completely different way of thinking. What I just suggested is conditional on capacity. Endogenizing capacity could completely change maybe everything that I just said, but maybe that's also something to think about, that firms aren't just choosing price, they're also making this commitment or restriction in output. Those are my 3 comments. I've limited myself to 1 comment each for each paper, so let me wrap up here. The first is on Sebastian's paper. I have this impression that if we auction off these slots with a airline objective, we're going to eventually find the best monopolist airline at each hub. And there's constraints in this problem that prevent that. And that's fine, because I think some of the key insights of that paper are useful for us to know, even with that objective function. But I think something to think about is considering other objectives in this counterfactual. For Marlene's work, I interpret what I've learned about Charles de Gaulle versus Orly as very much a feature and not a bug. And so you have an airport where connections are very important, and you have an airport where connections are not important, but it's always constrained. And I think that's just a neat opportunity in general. These are minor things, but it affects how we can think about market size, a check on some data stuff, and maybe revisiting importance of network effects differentially at these two airports. That's it.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We are going to move to questions first. Because of the sake of our virtual listeners, we're going to run around with mics. We will give a couple of minutes at the end for our authors to have some last comments.
So I had a question for Sebastian. So part of the welfare loss in your counterfactual is coming from airlines dropping routes, and I was wondering whether part of that is driven by this sort of treating the 80% rule as a hard constraint. So I'm wondering how good of an assumption is that for markets where strategic hoarding is actually not that important, and whether you sort of still fit the data well in those markets. And in part, your data showed that they don't always are at 80% at baseline. So,
actually, for both of them, I'll stick to just one thing, which is the auction. So for Sebastian, like this profit maximization is going to depend on the fact that you can bid not only on whether you get it, but whether who gets it. So there's an externality here that is important for that. And if you don't have that, we know that like these auctions can have multiple equilibria, right? And here you can use the slot. It could be a competitor that gets the slot, or it could be somebody using it on a route that you're not on. So it matters who's the second bidder.
So I wanted to take a different point to Tobias's, which is I think the counterfactual ought to impose the 80% minimum on the auction slots. I don't think that if we went to auctions, we would give that up, because otherwise it does let people just buy and hoard and lock people out. So I'd like to see the counterfactual with that. I thought that Kevin's remarks on the kind of how to interpret the network benefit were super interesting. And another thing I would just introduce is that I think some of the price increase associated with so-called network benefits is actually an outcome of the fact that the hub airlines have various ways, like loyalty programs and such, to reduce consumers' cross-elasticity of demand and raise their prices. And it reminds me a little bit of the kind of metaphysical debate about advertising, whether we use pre-advertising or post-advertising preferences. I'm not sure they're all consumer benefits as opposed to just ways for the incumbent network monopolists to extract more consumer value, but I'd love to see some thought about that.
So I was pretty interested, you're doing these kind of different counterfactual exercises. Marlene's doing something kind of more incremental or marginal, and Sebastian's doing, I understand you're doing something more global. So I think it would be interesting just to understand, does that contribute to different findings when it comes to something like consumer surplus? But I guess, to me, I felt kind of more comfortable with the slightly more incremental exercise, simply because in a global exercise, lots of those kind of demand parameters, carrier preferences and those kind of things could plausibly kind of change, whereas I assume you're going to be holding those things.
So a comment on the first paper. This is actually follow up on one of Kevin's suggestions. I think it'd be interesting to see if you have an auction, but potentially restrict who can bid on those slots, which was actually what the U.S. Department of Justice did when they allocated slots after the American-US Air merger. And I think that would potentially limit the market power effect if you do it kind of in a smart way. It would be interesting to see. And of course, I think the incentive for that is to say, well, you don't want to have the ones that have the highest market power incentives, maybe get the bidders to be the one that has the most welfare effect. And I think that touches on kind of the second paper, which, these network benefits, that's not a new argument. Actually, if you look at the U.S., all the legacy mergers in the U.S., they were always based on arguments of there's all these great network effects. And yes, United Continental, you lose a competitor, but we are going to get one big guy that will have, Fiona's nodding because, we both have heard these arguments. It ends up that actually we can't do this academically because we don't have the data, but I have seen the results of doing this analysis. If you try to see how well the models, these network benefits, the airlines call it QSI models, quality of service index models. If you try to see how well these models actually predict what happened post-merger, the correlation between the predictions and the outcomes route by route, it's a very nice round number, 0. They do not do much prediction. So I'm a little bit, and again, your model is a lot more sophisticated than what they use, or at least what they used 12 years ago. So I don't want to sort of extrapolate from that, but I'm a little bit suspicious of these models that claim, all these great network benefits. Not because they're theoretically not sound, it's just I'm not sure that empirically they're followed up. So I think anything you can do to sort of give us confidence that these network benefits really do work, and not just theoretically, but are actually there, I think will be very important to support your results.
So this is a question on Sebastian's paper. Just a thought on the auction counterfactuals. Like, is there something we can learn here, or do some arbitrage with everything we're doing in FCC spectrum auctions? This relates to Nancy's comment about, like, in the counterfactual, we have some use it or lose it provisions. And like, I don't know a lot about FCC spectrum auctions. I was just looking at it on my phone, and AI tells me we do a lot of use it or lose it types things. There's build-out requirements, penalties if you win spectrum and don't use it, possibility of losing the lease, sort of like a whole gamut of things there. And it seems like there's a bunch of knowledge that carries over.
So I have, maybe following up a little bit on something Mike Winston said, when we think about the auction, this is a very complicated setting where we have takeoff slots, landing slots, which are obviously complements. We have pairs of slots, which are substitutes, or maybe complements as well. We have identity-dependent externalities. This is the worst of all worlds in terms of thinking about auctions. Like, we don't know what happens. We don't know what equilibrium is. We don't know the efficiency properties. And I think it's just a caution we should be doing what you're doing, which is to make the progress we can. But I think in terms of what we say this work shows for policy, I think we have to be honest and say, actually, for a real auction that we would implement that would be computationally feasible, we don't know what the answer is.
This might actually be kind of echo Phil's comment, but I wonder if there's a way to do a Pigouvian price as an alternative to an auction. I was struck in both presentations and in the discussion that this might be a very Chicago-centric comment, meaning O'Hare-centric, but delays and congestion and flight cancellations. That source of market, there's a lot of talk about market power as a source of welfare loss and as a source of market failure, but not a lot of talk about good old-fashioned Pigouvian congestion and cancellations and delays as a source of market failure. And I wonder if that's a different way of thinking about the an additional way of thinking about the auction, or just what would be the Pigouvian price on each route, and might be some way of getting some grip using that framework. And thanks for working on such great and important problems with so much social welfare at stake, too.
Are there other questions? All right, Sebastian, can we give you a couple of minutes, and then Marlene a couple of minutes to respond to whatever you want to? Here's the mic.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for the discussion and everyone for the questions. I'll answer a couple of the comments. I wanted to first talk about, well, because many of the questions were related to Kevin's last comment on other objectives. We actually know from the literature on auctions of essential inputs that a result is that there is this tension between like ownership, that you end up with having a single carrier if you just let them do the auctions without any sort of set-asides or anything. And so it would be really interesting having some sort of counterfactual that tries to approximate what would happen if we had set-asides or some similar mechanism. The problem is the computational burden of doing a combinatorial auction with set-asides. You would have to find a way to extend Rassenti and co-authors in a way to, and see what the outcome would be of these auctions with set-asides, and then approximate that outcome. It doesn't fully rule out the problem of multiple equilibria. That is something I cannot rule out, and I totally agree with that. In my setting, the externalities are a little bit tamed by the fact that when you remove one of the airlines, especially when you compute the payments, if you remove one of the airlines to compute VCG payments, that airline basically gets excluded from the market because most airports in the EU have slot controls. So if you take all the slots away, they cannot really operate within the EU. And then, how much time do I have? Maybe I have two. So, and one more thing that I wanted to mention is I think that there's value in both the main reason why I chose to do this, like allocating all the slots at the same time, has to do mainly with the fact that there is an argument that the airlines make that there is value in having coordination across the entire world of the mechanism we use, because this is a global industry. They value the fact that they have the same rule across the entire world, and I think that's part of what makes the current mechanism so sticky, that you need coordination at a global scale, and that's very hard to do. I think you could have a situation where you have the current mechanism with some sort of 80% rule. I just wanted to show that the 80% rule actually has value, and that's why I did it the way I did. But yeah, I think. Okay. But thank you everyone for the questions and for the discussion here.
All right, yeah, thank you so much, Kevin. This was a difficult job, and thanks everyone for the comments. I'll try to do this chronologically. Kevin's first comment on hoarding and not hoarding and how it should differ at times where an airport is constrained or not constrained. I totally agree. Actually, if you remember the plot, there was the spread, the difference between highest and second highest value. I also have the spreads, it was in light blue without hoarding, and you can see that when you take this hoarding part of the slot value out, values become much more uniform. So the hoarding really matters at the time when slots are more constrained, when the airport is more congested. So that's really conform your idea. So I agree with that. The second thing on Air France or Air France Group, yeah, that's an interesting question. I'm going to take this together with another question on QSI, so about mergers and legacy carriers. And so I think that is relevant. So I have also a set of results where Air France is just Air France and not Air France Group, and it actually competes with KLM. There's also very similar, and it's really because within the group, they don't compete within the route. So they offer flights usually to different routes. But I think it's an interesting question to think about what happens for slot allocation when airlines merge or when they form code-sharing agreements and things like that. So I have not looked at that in this paper. I have a student who's now going to be thinking about that with this type of data. So I think in the future we can say something more about that. I think that would be interesting. Focusing on the differences between Orly and Charles de Gaulle. I estimate the models separately when taking out all flights from Charles de Gaulle. And results are as expected, so that's quite nice. I'm kind of in awe of this model because of the data, of course. But so you can see, for instance, one thing that is key is that the connectivity value is roughly the same for at the destination, but the connectivity value reduces in 3, so divides in 3, so it's 1/3 of the value when you do include flights from Charles de Gaulle. You know, showing that it's really connectivity at the bigger hub that drives this coefficient. So there's some other, you know, changes in the coefficients, but there are, as you expect, that they will be. But I guess there's some discussion in the paper, but I can maybe see if I can add a bit more to that. Then this third comment, that's exactly how I think about it, with the flight being added from Berlin. That is so in my world, that would be better connectivity. So the connectivity, potential connectivity of the flight from Frankfurt to Miami would go up. It would be more interesting to connecting passengers, and equilibrium, the price of this flight would go up as well. So that is exactly how I think about it, how my logic works, so I kind of agree with that. Some other comments about loyalty programs. Yeah, that would make sense. So in my estimate, so the Air France coefficient, which would be the one that where this applies the most, is actually negative after you control for all of the observed network benefits that the carrier offers. So maybe we could say that, you know, if it would be large and significant, you would think maybe part of it is the loyalty program, but that's not the case. Yeah, so that would be my defense for now. Network benefit. Oh yeah, so I mentioned that about mergers. And then, yeah, the comment about, Phil's comment is very important. I totally agree that one could get carried away with these type of studies and say, you know, you should hold auctions, you know, full point. This is really why the paper is now, it's also different than it was 5 years ago. I focus much more now on directional changes. And I'm trying to be as careful as I can to stay close to the status quo. And so I always look at small changes to the network, and I try to see what would happen directionally if you start introducing competition of small shares of slots, and exactly for the reasons that you mentioned. Yeah. Congestion, Pigouvian price, yeah, that's something I could have a look at. That's a great idea. Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for a great start this morning. We will take a break until 11:10, and then we'll resume with Alexander Torgovitsky and price elasticities and logit demand model. So have a great break, get some caffeine and some sugar, and we'll come back. get started? Thank you. All right. We have one paper in this session, and we're going to start with Alexander Torgovitsky. Take it away, please.
Okay. Thank you for putting the paper on the program. I should mention my co-authors here. So Ariel is a graduate student at Chicago. Lance is a postdoc. John List and Magna Monk said, you probably know, my colleagues. And then Ian Muir is on the economics team at Walmart. So we're thinking about discrete choice models, like the title suggests. I don't have to tell you that they're widely used, in particular with endogenous prices and a mixed logit structure. I think the common intuition is that standard logit models with constant coefficients have stylized implications for price elasticities, and we think that mixed logit models help fix these implications. And so what we're going to look at in this paper is to what extent that's true for the typical type of mixed logit specifications that people use. And so I'll get right to the model. So this is pretty standard and standard notation. So indirect utility for individual I, product J, market T. Primarily going to not have individual or market subscripts just because everything I'm going to be talking about is sort of within a market across products. There's three types of observable characteristics for the products. There's the price, and then I've broken up the non-price characteristics into two types. So R is for random. They're the ones with the random coefficients. And then C is for ones with constant coefficients. That's going to be an important distinction in what I'm talking about, so that's why I break it up like that. And then there's the usual xi term, and then the outside option normalization. So this should be, I imagine, you probably teach this to your students. And I think we've seen both talks today, probably had this going on in the background. In terms of the terminology I'm going to use, I'm going to say a standard logit is when all of the coefficients are constant, so on the price coefficient, and then given this split, there's no R variables when it's a standard logit. And then a mixed logit is not that, so there's some random coefficient on price, or potentially the non-price characteristics as well. Okay, so one more piece of notation. If you integrate out the logit shocks, right, the type 1 extreme value shocks, you get these type-specific choice probabilities for each alpha and beta draw. And so they have this familiar logit share structure. That structure is key for what I'm going to tell you about. We're going to be playing around with a lot of exponential functions essentially in the background here. And so it's driven by that particular functional form that's implied by the type 1 extreme value shocks. And then if you integrate those out over the types, you get the market shares, S. Okay? So hopefully pretty standard notation. Okay, so price elasticities in this model. Let's start with the standard logit, which is pretty well known. There's a nice discussion of this in a V's handbook chapter with Amit Gandhi. So in a standard logit where everything is constant coefficient, the own price elasticities, if the market shares are smaller, are approximately linear functions of own price, which seems like a pretty bad property for a differentiated products demand model, primarily because it depends on the product's price and only its price, right, and not other aspects. And also that it's linear, right? So there's sort of a baked-in functional form assumption that's going on here. And so that's a reason that you would be concerned about using a standard logit for your own price elasticities. This is not a statement about the cross prices, right? That's sort of often more the focus of the critique of the standard logit. I'll have a little bit to say about cross prices later, but the main focus here is going to be on own price elasticities, not cross prices. In a mixed logit, this is what the cross price elasticity expression, or sorry, the own price elasticity expression looks like. I'm going to get rid of the prices and look at semi-elasticities, just because that's what drives all the structure here. So I'll put back the price later, but for now let's just look at the semi-elasticity. And I'll call that eta as a notation. All right, and then if you sort of break out the fractions here, you can see that the own price elasticities in the mixed logit have a kind of a similar structure to the standard logit. You get an alpha term that's like leading with a weight now, so it's weighted by the choice probabilities for good J. And then you get this additional term, which in the standard logit reduces to sort of the market share term. In a mixed logit, it's a function of the distribution of the type-specific choice probabilities, which is only small if the market share is small, but there's an additional requirement here as well. Phil's going to talk about that more in his discussion, I think, so I'll leave that to the side for now. But if that term is small, and we're going to call that the small pi term, if that term is small, which you think it would be small if the choice probabilities of good J are sort of uniformly small, or just the second moment's not too large, that object is going to not be particularly relevant for the semi-elasticities, and their properties are going to be driven by this first term, right? This weighted average of the random alpha price sensitivity term. Okay, so this first term has an interesting structure to it, which is driven by its exponential share in the pi terms. And in particular, what happens if you write it out is you'll see that it's only a function of the characteristics of product J that have random coefficients on them. So it's only a function of the price and of the R's, which are the characteristics with the betas, right? The random non-price characteristics. That's due to the exponential structure. And in particular, all the other constant coefficient characteristics, the C's, the Xi terms, the prices and non-price characteristics for the other goods, those all cancel out of this. And so what you're left with is just a function of the own price and the own non-price characteristics that have random coefficients on them. Okay, for this to be interesting, I have to see sort of how good this small pi approximation is. So in this paper, we we look at 4 examples, I guess, plus our own application at this point. Probably add more in the next revision. I'm looking for more papers with data readily available, and found a few more. But this sort of gives you a tabulation of what this, of how big this small pi approximation is. In the original BLP data, that's the first one, US Autos, 2 more auto papers we found, and the synthetic serial paper based on the original Nouveau paper. And these are the percentiles of the relative error caused by ignoring that small pi term, and they're very small, right? So the median across like all product market combinations is like less than 1% for the auto applications, and then the serial application is like 2.2%. So ignoring that small pi term is not sort of quantitatively that important, which means, if I go back to the previous slide, that the properties of the semi-elasticities, at least in these applications, primarily driven by the eta term, this eta function. And so I'm going to sort of investigate the properties of that function. The first one that we've seen is that it's only a function of the own price and the own non-price characteristics with random coefficients. If I multiply that by price to get back to an elasticity, just bringing back in the PJs, we have an immediate implication, which is that if you only put a random coefficient on price, you're going to be back to the situation where you have your own price elasticities only depending on own price, right? Because there's going to be no R in your elasticity here. And you can see that in the serial data. So this is the same parameter values that come out of the Conlon and Gortmacher PyBLP tutorial. So they're not sort of cooked up by us. They're just what you get if you plug in their estimates. And these are the mixed logits, elasticities that come out in a particular market. And you can see first that they're quite different from the standard logit ones, right? So it's not like the mixed logit isn't doing anything. That's not what we're saying here. It is giving you quite different elasticities, but they line up on a function, right? So they're a function of just price. And this is true if you change the market. Some other markets, looks the same. The numbers change, but the fact that they're a function of price is staying the same, right? And if you look at like a representative market, it looks like that. You can increase the variance of the random coefficients, same thing, right? You could decrease it. You could change it from a normal distribution to a log normal distribution, same thing, right? So it's not a function of the particular distributional structure. Log normal, here's a T distribution, why not, right? A little fat tail, same thing, right? So what we're seeing here is that the mixed logit is still giving you a own price elasticity. It's a function of own price. Now you might say, well, I usually put other random coefficients on in my model as well, so I have some R's in there. And so what do those do? Those will create some variation for a given price to the extent that there's different products with the same price that have different R characteristics. But often what people do is they make them independent, right? So they make the alpha and the beta terms independent. So you have independent random coefficients. And in that case, what we show is that you again approximately get something which only depends on own price. And that comes out of the factorization that comes out of the exponential structure again. I might have a little bit to say on that in a few slides, but I also might skip it for time. But you get the conclusion again that own price LCCs are still a function of own price in this case. And that's a pretty common assumption in the literature that the random coefficients are independent. If you've implemented these models before, you know why. Pretty hard to estimate the correlations directly. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit like going to the optometrist. This is the same thing I showed you before, which is the price only. And then I'm going to add in some other random coefficients, which have pretty big variances. They're taking the numbers directly from the Conlon-Gortmaker paper, but they're independent of the price coefficient. And you get 2. This is 1, and this is 2. 1 again, and 2. So 2 is a little better than 1, right? But not a lot better. It's still like pretty tightly a functional form. Depends on price here. If you add some correlation, things in principle start to look a bit better. The correlations estimated in this particular specification, which again we just took from their tutorial, are not that big, and so you get 3 versus 1, which is a little better, but still pretty tightly parameterized by price. I'll show you an example later with our own data where you get much more spread. An alternative way that you can get correlation, which is I think not often recognized, is with demographics. I'll show you that in a minute. But just to see the mechanism of the correlation a little more clearly, here's kind of like a more manufactured example where we just have a random coefficient on price and then the famous mushy variable, right? It's a binary variable for whether the cereal is mushy or not. And as you start increasing the correlation between those two things, you can see this spread happening, right? So see this spread going on, and now our single price function is not working very well. But what's going on here in the background is there's 2 price functions, right? There's one for the mushy goods and one for the non-mushy goods. And that's what you'd expect, right? Because it's like an epsilon of P and R is binary here. So we're just sort of stratifying by the characteristic with the with random coefficients. All right. Here's the demographics, and in this case, the demographics do quite a bit more to help relax its functional form. So when I add the demographics, you get something to spread like this, right? And so that seems a little bit better. Demographics are, something people use a lot. I have never seen anybody say this is why they want to use them. And so what we're showing here is that what the demographics do is they induce a correlation among the random coefficients, at least to the extent they're using the same demographic draws on different variables, right? It sort of manufactures a correlation, and that correlation increases the flexibility of the own price elasticities. So it doesn't seem like a usual intuition. And again, I haven't seen anybody write about that, but if they've written a paper where that's your motivation, please tell me. This is an expanded version of that previous table. The small pi approximation is the number I showed you before. The median is pretty small in these applications. The second set of columns is small pi plus price only, right, which is this, we're going to just look at a function of price that gets rid of the other non-random coefficients. And you can see that, generally it's not a lot. If I break this down by the specifications where we have independent coefficients, right, you can see there's not a big jump between the blue and the red and the blue columns, right? They're pretty much the same error. The 2 that I've grayed out, I can make those solid now. You see a bigger jump, and those are the 2 where you have correlation between the random coefficients. So the baseline synthetic serial has some correlation that's estimated. It's not a lot. And then the one with demographics has some sort of induced correlation, which is a little bit more, and gives you a bit more spread in terms of this relaxing this functional form restriction. There's some really lovely theory in this paper that I'm probably not going to talk about just because I've learned that if I really think something's interesting, I probably shouldn't spend a lot of time on it. But there's this connection with exponential families that, so much has been done with logis. I always hesitate to say it's new, but because it's, used in many fields of science. But I haven't seen anybody do this before. And this kind of gives a sort of a theoretical description of why we'd expect this independence to happen. You essentially get this factoring out caused by the fact that exponentials are multiplicably separable. And you're interested in that, you can either look at the paper or talk to me later, and I'll tell you way more than you want to know. But there's some pretty fun stuff in the background here that might take you back to your stats class long ago. There's one other aspect that you might have noticed here, which is that these curves tend to look quadratic, right, the ones I've been showing you. And that also is not an accident. It's also connected to the exponential family connection, which I just told you I wasn't going to tell you about. And I won't tell you about it, but there's a reason to believe from that connection that you get these sort of quadratic curves coming out here. And you see that in this picture, for example. And so we use that observation to derive quadratic approximations to this small pi function. And you can see my quadratic approximation on here. I made it green, right? It's green on top of the red. It's pretty darn close, right? And so what we get here then is the sort of summary is that in these mixed logit models, the price elasticities, the own price elasticities, I should say, and emphasize, are often still quite stylized. If the small pi approximation holds, it's this, right? Then the elasticities are approximately only a function of the own price and the own non-price characteristics that have random coefficients on it, not the non-random ones. That is approximately a quadratic function of price. And then if you have independent random coefficients, it approximately doesn't even depend on the non-price characteristics at all. And so you get these curves that are quadratic just as a function of price, which might be a bit of a concern if one of your motivations of moving away from the standard logit was that they're linear. Now you've done a little bit better, so they're not linear anymore, but now they're quadratic. So I don't know if that's great cause for celebration. Now, I've been talking about own price elasticities. The cross price elasticities I'm not going to talk about today. We have a section in the paper that applies the same sort of machinery to think about the cross price elasticities. And what we show is maybe not surprising. It's actually just sort of a justification of the usual intuition used as to why you'd think the mixed logit would help with the cross prices. And I think our theory sort of supports that intuition, but maybe it sort of adds some technical formalization of that that's derived from the same machinery we use here for the own prices. So maybe it helps give more intuition. I don't know, but our story on the cross price is pretty similar to the standard received wisdom in some sense. Okay, so I don't have to tell you implications about this because I'm in the I.O., so this is sort of, I go on about this more for an econometrics audience, but for you guys, I guess you know that, if your elasticities are stylized, you plug those into a lot of downstream things, right? You might be estimating marginal costs with some conduct assumption. So if you have stylized own price elasticities, you're going to have stylized marginal costs, you're going to have stylized markups, and the functional form is going to drive its way all the way through. A fun thing about logits is that they really break the curse dimensionality with scaling a number of choices, right? So J, in a way that other distributions don't. And that's kind of exactly where you expect these problems to show up, because that's where this sort of small pi approximation you intuitively expect is going to be the biggest concern. You're going to have sort of uniformly small choice probabilities. Incorporating correlations is important for the own price elasticities. That's what comes out of this theory, which, you can try to estimate it directly, which is a bit challenging, or you can try to induce it by putting in demographics, and that'll increase the flexibility. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about toothpaste for a while. Usually that gets a laugh in like an econometrics audience, but I guess in an I.O. audience, you're like, you're expecting ketchup or something. Okay, toothpaste. All right, so so this project is part of a series of papers with the same authors where we're using data from a pricing, I'm going to be very careful with my language here, a pricing test conducted by a national retailer in late 2022 where they randomized prices on about 2,000 products across 4,500 stores in the U.S. And as part of that pricing test, we oversampled toothpaste, and they randomized prices on 167 toothpaste out of the roughly 190 that they carry in the store. And they gave them 3 different price assignments with about 20 log point spread, 20% roughly. So there's high price, middle price, low price, equal assignment, did a stratification in how they did the assignment, and yeah. So we have randomly assigned prices with pretty high compliance, and a fun environment to explore some demand estimation in. So this is part of a series of papers where we're doing different things with this data. But it's a unique setting. We have a lot of data. We have strong instruments that are randomly assigned directly for prices. And so that should help us estimate a flexible mixed logit. And it should also allow us to estimate some sort of more non-parametric things for comparison to the mixed logit. So here's our mixed logits. Well, this one's a standard logit. Looks pretty linear, right, as you expect, in the own prices. So these are the same graphs here, right, with own price on the x-axis and the own price elasticity on the y-axis. This is the thing that you get out of the Gandhi and Naveau handbook discussion, directly seen right here. If you add in a random coefficient on price only, it'll change the shape of that relationship, but you're still going to get like a very tight relationship between price and own price elasticity. Here we've added in a bunch of independent random coefficients on different product characteristics for toothpaste. And it loosens this functional form a little bit, but not by a lot, right? It's still very tightly parametrized. In our case, we tried adding in some demographics, and it didn't help us that much. What helped us more was estimating the correlations. And so here we start to get some spread. And so here we estimated correlations between the random coefficients on price and the 5 non-price random coefficient characteristics that we had in the specification. And you can see now that for a given own price, you have quite a few different elasticities that could be that correspond to different products. So there's more spread in this in the y-axis here. Right? That's what our theory would suggest. And so what we do is we use that to do a specification test because, these stylized elasticities that come out of the mixed logit, we don't know if they're right or wrong. It could be the functional form is correct. In order to evaluate that, we need some sort of non-parametric benchmark to compare to. It doesn't make a functional form assumption, which in turn requires a large amount of data and good instruments, which we have. What's the benchmark that we use? Well, the fun thing is it's kind of hard to think about non-parametric model of estimated counterfactual you might really like. So what we do is we use linear IV estimates, which you can give a non-parametric interpretation. This is familiar from the applied micro literature if you were one of the poor souls who spend your time there, like me. But what you get is if you look at the non-parametric interpretation of regressing sort of the difference in shares onto a constant in price, instrumenting for price with the assigned price, you can give that object, the coefficient on price, an interpretation as a funky weighted average of different arc semi-elasticities for moving all products in a line. So not something that would answer a counterfactual you might be particularly interested in, but something which seems like a summary measure of the elasticities that we would hope the mixed logit can reproduce. And so what we're going to do is we're going to try and estimate this object with the mixed logit and think about that as like a directed specification test. So it's not like a J-test, right? J-tests are kind of like a kind of an atom bomb, right? It's going to look at every kind of deviation, and it's not super helpful because we think that all the models are wrong. This is more like, let's target the elasticities directly or something that's sort of a weighted average of the elasticities and see if we can reproduce those. So a couple caveats about what compliance does here. You can see the paper for those if you want. I'm probably going to make that more formal in a future draft. Here's what you get with the linear IV estimates. I took there's quite often semi-elasticity units, the way I set it up, so I multiplied them by average price to put them in sort of elasticity units, no units. And you can see that we have pretty, precise estimates on a lot of these things. These are 95% confidence intervals for these various point estimates. And then what we do is we try and estimate the estimands with the mixed logit. So that's a word salad if you're not from the applied micro literature. But the estimand is what the object estimates. And so the linear IV estimator is estimating the linear IV estimand. And then what we're going to do is try to estimate the linear IV estimand, the thing that has this non-parametric decomposition, with the mixed logit estimator. And then we're going to compare those two. Okay? And so we do that, and we plot the linear IV estimate on the x-axis, and the mixed logit on the y-axis, and we get a correlation of 0. Okay? And that's for the third specification that has the independent random coefficients, which is kind of stylized. If we go to the fifth specification, which has the correlation, you get to do a little bit better, but there's still, this is far from being in the 45-degree line. I made this a box with the x-axis and y-axis limits on purpose, so you can see what's going on here. There's a lot of heterogeneity in the linear IV estimate, right? but not a lot of heterogeneity in the mixed logit. Kind of suggests that the logit structure is still sort of preventing this heterogeneity across products, even with flexible correlation structure among the random coefficients. Okay, so let me just conclude briefly. The point of the paper is that mixed logit own price elasticities tend to be stylized. There's two things that you need to keep in mind for that. There's these small pi approximations, so small type-specific choice probabilities, and uncorrelated random coefficients, okay? And in the next draft, my co-authors want me to tell you, in the next draft, we're going to do this decomposition exercise where we show that the logit elasticities can be approximately written as weighted averages of IV estimates, which you either like or you find your head scratcher of like why you care about that. So, but some people of other econometric persuasions enjoy that stuff. What comes out as recommendations for practitioners here? So, you know, everything I told you here, this is all stuff you can compute. I'll wrap up right here. This is all stuff that you can compute with your own specification, your own data, right? So this is like not really a very theoretical paper in some sense. A theory that is there to explain what's going on, but if you want to look at sort of to what extent these approximations apply in your application, you just compute these things. It's not very hard to compute. You can just simulate this object. And so you can repeat our analysis and sort of see to what extent you fall into this small pi regime in your application. It's probably going to be less likely if you have smaller j and more likely if you have larger j, but there's some subtleties there. I think Phil will talk about that. And then if you're in this small pi regime, then you definitely want to make sure you have sufficient correlation among your random coefficients, which you can try to do by estimating them directly, or you could do by incorporating demographics, or you could do by maybe using like a discrete type of, you know, like Jeremy Fox's work with Amit Gandhi, like a random coefficient type of thing with mixed types. But you have to get some sort of correlation in there somehow in order to break out of this own price functional form dependence. Okay, sorry I went a minute over time, but thanks a lot, and thanks to Phil for taking the time to discuss this and work with me on improving the paper. And feel free to email if you have any comments.
Thanks very much, Alex. Phil Hale will be the discussant for the paper.
That was a great presentation. When I was asked to discuss this paper, I was a bit apprehensive. Like many of you, I had seen an early version of this paper presented by some others, not Alex, others on the list of co-authors. And there was a lot of crazy. And I'm happy to tell you that all the crazy is gone. And I give Alex, I'm tempted to say all the credit for that. But it's been a real pleasure talking with Alex over the last week about this paper. I've learned a lot. I think this is an important paper, and I think he presented it pretty clearly, so I'm not sure how much you're going to need to hear from me. You know, where does this fit into, the history of thought about BLP, style demand estimation? I've been coming to these meetings for quite a while, and in the beginning there was a lot of complaining about, these things are too complicated, probably just identified by functional form. And there was a brief moment where we said, oh, everything is great, it's non-parametrically identified, we've addressed most of the computational issues, you can assign this to undergraduates to estimate now. But now we're in kind of a mature phase where we're saying, okay, all that's true, but these parametric models are what they are. We're trying to capture a rather complicated demand system with a relatively small number of parameters. That's going to imply restrictions. What are those restrictions? How can we move beyond those restrictions? Can we do better in some sense? And that's where this paper fits in, and there are other papers, a bunch of them in this broad vein. As you heard from Alex, the focus of the paper is on the restrictions implicit in random coefficient and logit models in the relationship between price and elasticity within a given market. So that's an important reminder. This is all about what happens within a given market, not necessarily across markets. And so we have a picture here where on the horizontal axis we have price, and the vertical axis we have own price elasticity. This is in some representative market, and we're interested in that relationship. And we know, most of us knew for a long time that in the case of multinomial logit, if the market shares are small, then within a market, these things are going to lie on a line. So this is what the theory says. And if we take some familiar data like the synthetic serial data, we see the points lie almost exactly on the line that the theory says we should get if shares are small. Okay, some shares are smaller than others, which is why some x's are closer to the line than others. And the main result of this paper, I mean, there are several propositions, but the main takeaway from this paper, I think, is that with some random coefficient logit models, we get essentially the same thing. Okay, there's a different qualifier, no longer small shares, but small type-specific choice probabilities. It's no longer a linear relationship, but it's still a function. It's quadratic instead of linear. I barely care about the distinction between quadratic and linear. The fact that it's a function is already the disturbing point. So here's what the theory says in the case of a particular market, the synthetic serial data. Here's where the points line up. Okay, so again, some shares are smaller than others, which is perhaps why some dots are closer to the curve than others, but still it looks pretty restrictive. This is important. Obviously, within market relationships between price and elasticities is not the only thing we care about. We care about other things, but it is something we care about, and this restriction is a little disturbing. I think we've seen hints at this in some prior work, simulations which show us something like a quadratic relationship, but there's kind of an exhaustive theoretical analysis here that shows when this is true and that this really is true. It's not just an example. And this is surely misleading us. So we're surely getting some things wrong in some applications, not just about the within market ordering of elasticities and therefore markups, but probably other things as well, because even though these models are non-parametrically identified, the parameters we have are trying to do the job of many different jobs. And so they're trying to, despite this restriction, match the actual variation across products and the elasticities while doing other things. And so they're getting all confused, these parameters. And we're getting probably things that are wrong in many dimensions. So I think where the critique applies, this is a very important critique that we should all be thinking about and worried about. So I'm just repeating a key formula from the presentation that Alex gave. We've got the elasticity, which is the price times the semi-elasticity. The semi-elasticity is equal to this function eta plus a term iota, which takes this form of, stare at it, you can begin to think about it, these pi's, remember these type-specific choice probabilities for a particular product J. And so this iota term is going to be small when choice probabilities are essentially uniformly small. Okay, I'm waving hands a little bit because there's a precise definition, but we should think about market shares being small and the variance of market shares across types, so across individuals, being small relative to that small market share, so sort of second order small. So when the type-specific choice probabilities are small, that iota term is negligible, then we're just thinking about the properties of eta, and so a lot of what Alex talked about and what the paper talks about are properties of eta when that eta function depends on both of its arguments or when it depends only on price, for example. And an important point is when we have correlation between multiple random coefficients, that's something that at least allows eta to depend on all of its arguments. So let me say a little bit about this small pi approximation, because this is much smaller than small market shares. It's essentially uniformly small market shares, which means that for every draw of alpha and beta, the choice probabilities are small for all of the products. Okay, so I just repeated the definition. I think there's a little bit of a tension here in our thinking about what we're getting from random coefficients and what small type-specific choice probabilities means. Because what we think we're getting is that for a given individual, we've conditioned on a certain type of person, and that type of person is essentially only shopping for 4 or 5 different cars which fit exactly their situation. Either this person wants a minivan because that's what they're at that stage of life, or they want a pickup truck, and so their choice probabilities are going to be highly concentrated among a small set of products. And that's what's going to give us good substitution patterns, but it should also then perhaps give us essentially highly concentrated choice probabilities. But the small type-specific choice probability says that's not what's happening. It says that for a given type, the choice probabilities are thinly spread. So we're not, the choice probabilities are not localized. So it's interesting, but I think this says that when we do have small type-specific choice probabilities, there is a sense in which we are not moving far from the logit model. Okay, and it is a particular sense in this sense of whether choice probabilities for the individuals are tightly concentrated to local in the dimensions that that particular consumer cares about. But we're not getting that. And that can be true even if we are moving far from the multinomial logit in some other metric. For example, Alex mentioned that we can be moving quite far from the logit in terms of substitution patterns, but still have these small type-specific choice probabilities. So different metrics here give us different impressions, I think, about how far we've moved from the multinomial logit model. And when we're in this small pi approximation, there is a dimension in which we are still kind of stuck close to the multinomial logit. Now, as Alex said, that could reflect true preferences. It's important to ask whether that's just a fact, but it could also reflect some defect in the particular multinomial logit, the mixed logit model that we're estimating, random coefficients logit model that we're estimating. So I just want to review a little bit about what might break this small pi approximation. As Alex said, one thing where you get it right away, since small pi requires, first of all, small shares, but then much more, if you have a small choice set, small j, this isn't going to happen. Okay, so I think they're looking at what we might think of as the canonical examples of random coefficients logit, serial and cars and cars and cars. Those are ones where I would think this would be, we have large j, so at least we're going to have small market shares. There are other, I'm not sure those are the modal applications of random coefficients logit, but I mean, it might be interesting to think about other applications. But also, models where we have more localized substitution would be something that would break the small pi approximation. So you can see this, I think, by thinking, I'm not suggesting these simple models, but I think you can see the idea in these simple models. So a pure vertical model, for example, the choice probabilities for any individual are all zeros or ones. So 1 is not a small choice-specific probability, that breaks it. And of course, if you add a little bit of logit smoothing, you're still close to that. So that would be a random coefficients logit model where we would be far from the small pi approximation. Same thing with pure characteristics. Again, in the pure characteristics model, every type has only one choice, and we get something close to that if we have a small amount of logit smoothing around that. So you begin to get the idea that there are random coefficients models that do align better with our intuition about what should be happening here. And you can think about nested logit models that look like that as well. So what I'm thinking here more generally is that if we're thinking about random coefficients models and the usual types of specifications, it becomes even more important to think about having the random coefficients on the right things, maybe having more random coefficients. Okay, I think having correlated random coefficients is related to this as well, because something that gives tight substitution is that I am the type of person who has a particular cluster of preferences. It's not like I took a random draw of family size and income. Those things are related. Correlated random coefficients would also, I think, help not just with the eta term that Alex was talking about, but also with a small shares approximation. How would we get more random coefficients if we have the x's or the r's in Alex's notation that we get? Well, we can look for more, and so machine learning methods might help us look for more. And of course, we've all seen some examples of people using machine learning to try and find dimensions of product differentiation. Finding the right things is also a tricky area, and I think actually an area where we need more work. We've all kind of been waving hands for 25 years, like where do we put the random coefficients? We use our intuition. We need a little bit more formal guidance about that. I'll mention one paper. There's this working paper by Hatatsu, Lieber, Monardo, and DePaula, which proposes an approach that I think can be interpreted as looking for the latent dimensions of heterogeneity on which there is important differentiation across consumers and preferences. So that's a way to, without having to have the X's, you use the products themselves to find clusters which should induce more localized substitution. So I think a lot of interesting work is called for as a result of this paper. Okay, so it's an important paper. I think we should all be paying close attention to this forevermore going forward. It's not just some examples showing, oh, maybe sometimes there's a problem. There's a theoretical analysis which shows there's definitely a problem under some approximation. There's an examination of several empirical, real examples to say, look, just looking at the estimates that are in the literature, the problem is there, and so we have to pay attention to this. Obviously, we're going to be thinking about solutions to this problem. It's an important step forward. Okay, there isn't a solution really proposed here except possibly allow for correlation, which I think is a good recommendation, but I think there's going to be more work going forward by people in this room and otherwise on what we should do in practice. Some things I would like to see a little bit more on what helps and how much, like more examples of what happens when we have smaller choice sets, what happens when we introduce demographics, when we have correlated random coefficients, when we use other approaches. I would like to see more ideas about alternatives. If really feasible random coefficients logit models we're not going to easily get away from these restrictions, then what should we do? I think it's an important question. Also would be interesting to, I think, go beyond the kind of pure specification test that Alex was talking about, like can we rule out the random coefficients model using reconstructing what the IV estimator is giving us, the IV estimand, with the random coefficients logit estimates. Can we use something like that as a way of choosing between competing models? I think that's maybe a next step. That's more than just rejecting your model, but trying to decide what's the best model among the available options. But great paper. Look forward to hearing your comments.
Thank you so much, Phil. We'll now take questions.
I start? First, I guess my first comment is I'd like to second Phil's initial comment. I actually saw the paper the first time too, and then read it yesterday. It's just a world of difference. It's a great paper. I only have one suggestion, which is the linear IV that you presented at the end, that has assumptions too. So another way of doing this is start with a model where you generate data from a true multinomial logit with random coefficients and all the interaction terms you want, and then see if the linear IV gets, and so now I know the model, I generate the data, okay, and I ask the question, does the linear IV get the multinomial model as well as the other way around?
Okay, I'm going to say something, we'll get some head rolling from some of my friends in the room, but in the marketing literature, sorry. No, I don't think anyone in the marketing literature has ever had this kind of characterization of the problems, the approximation problems you got here. This is amazing. But there is a long tradition in marketing of allowing for correlated random coefficients. In fairness, the old literature had the benefit of repeated choice data, which gave them a lot more information. But one of the things that I suspect people in this room will be worried about is once I start adding, once I start parameterizing the covariance matrix, isn't that kind of offsetting the whole point of BLP, which was to avoid estimating this gigantic cross-elasticity matrix and instead projecting on this low-dimensional attribute space? And don't these covariances kind of take that away? One thing that marketers have done for a long time is to use Koleski decompositions, and they've sort of some evidence that if you just take the first couple of principal components of that covariance matrix, you can do a pretty good job. And so anyone who's thinking of applying this method might experiment it. In fact, I wonder if in the paper that might be something worth trying and seeing if, as a recommendation at the end of the paper, that working with a couple of principal components might actually get a solution to some of these problems you've documented.
So I like the paper a lot. First, I have to thank you on behalf of Mushi, that was born 30 years ago, about 2 miles away from here, for mentioning it again. No, but seriously, I like what you're doing and kind of formalizing some of the early ideas that I think many of us sort of pointed out early on. I can give you some references later, but I think some of the ideas that you have were documented and were sort of talked about early on. Like, for example, Peter Davis had a paper, I'm pretty sure he got it published. It was for sure a working paper where he pointed out, again, not as general as you do, kind of looking at the exponential function, but pointed out that the mixed logit does have, on the own price elasticity, is kind of a limited, it relaxes some of the assumptions, but to a limited degree. But ultimately, right, the problem that we have, you focus more, and I think Phil did as well, is discussion on the fact that there seems to be a deterministic relationship. But it's not just deterministic. It actually, the fact that in the logit it's linear, and it goes in the opposite kind of to what we would intuitively think, right? So if you think of Mercedes and Civic, Honda Civic, you'd ask which one should be, more price elastic. It's probably the Honda Civic, and the linearity kind of imposes that going the other way around. Now, the reason that the Mercedes is less price sensitive is because the people that are more likely to buy the reason the Mercedes is less price sensitive is because the people that buy Mercedes are less price sensitive, right? And that kind of goes back to this kind of probabilities. Is you have to make sure that those probabilities are the ones that are, the weighted sort of average is such that the alphas of those people get more weights, and that's weighted by their choice probability. So it really is ultimately about getting kind of significant, enough variation. And I don't think it's just about adding more random coefficients because they could cancel each other out. It's really getting more heterogeneity in those choice probabilities. So I like what you're doing. I like kind of formalizing. I like kind of bringing this back to the frontier because it was in the background. But I do urge you to go back and look at some of the earlier literature because there's some discussion. And then one last point. One way that people have gotten around this, and I never was a big fan of this, but empirically people got around, was to actually allow the price coefficient to vary by product. Right? We don't really have a great theory as to why that's the case, but that's kind of in the empirical literature, that's one thing that people have done. There might actually be a way to justify it, but I'll leave that for discussion.
So I thought this was really interesting, and the one thing that I thought could be, and it's not necessarily for this paper, but at a big picture, I was like, is this a problem or not? And you focused on the functional forms generate this, but of course that's true with the approximation of small shares. And so to understand if it's a problem or not, I think another way of approaching this that's complementary to what you did is to think, what should we expect to see in equilibrium? So you focus on the demand side, but if you think about the supply side, and there's equilibrium, there's entry of products, there's exit, that type of thing, under what conditions would you see a monotonic relationship between price elasticities and shares, and under what conditions would you not see that? And that might tell us whether this is something where we really should be worried about it, or whether in equilibrium maybe this relationship's just hold, kind of like Aviv was saying about Mercedes, that we just expect to see monotonic relationships, but not necessarily the ones that are there in logit, but maybe if the sign is right, then it's okay. But I'm just curious to see, in the long run, not necessarily this paper, how that plays out.
Cool paper. I think the sense in which everyone's talking about this as a problem, I think, is very close conceptually to the sense in which we sort of already knew that any sort of parametric model is going to be an approximation of the non-parametric ideal. I think a cool thing that this paper does is to quantify, to show exactly what the restrictions are, and that has kind of two consequences. One consequence is that knowing how far it is, you sort of one example with toothpaste, that requires being able to do something very close to the non-parametric ideal, which in practice is really hard to do. And so we're kind of stuck not knowing how bad of an approximation this quadratic thing is, I think, in a lot of cases, even though you've done a great job of convincing us that in some cases it probably is a bad approximation. But another way to look at this is to flip it on its head and to say, look, like we know that the logit assumption is also wrong in many cases, but it's not always wrong. And the fact that we know its properties is actually really useful. I can do a lot of really simple theory thinking about equilibrium that's otherwise really difficult, knowing that diversion ratios are proportional to market shares in logit. If what you're showing us is that the more flexible version of logit actually does have some predictable properties like that too, that actually might be useful from a theoretical sense if the mixed logit model isn't such a bad approximation.
Yeah, I also found the paper really helpful. Building on Avi's point about old literature, there's an early paper by McFadden and Train where they argue that the mixed logit is a second order approximation to any demand system. And so the kind of quadratic results you were getting seem very natural in that light. I think they actually viewed it as a strength, I guess, like Josh was saying. Like they thought second order is kind of like a good thing. Here it seemed bad. But I guess they also had off diagonals in their second order approximation as well as I can remember it. So I was kind of surprised how poorly the logit model did in your, obviously I don't know if they just got it wrong, something about their understanding of the exponential or what, but I'd be curious if you could kind of relate what they had to what you're doing.
We've got two more questions. Yeah, so I think part of our goal with PyBLP was to make it so that people could do much more complicated things, correctly, and have more parameters and not try to estimate, J-squared elasticities with 3 parameters, but that you could, have more parameters in your model. I don't know that that's actually fully caught on as much as we would have hoped in practice. But, I think the thing that really matters is you need really, at a type level, you need really concentrated choice probabilities, right, which is a theme in what Phil said. And so one way to get that is to sort of have lots of characteristics and maybe non-normal distributions and things. The other is to Julie and I have a paper looking at second choice data where we estimate 40 types for 250 cars, and we get really concentrated types, right? So we completely break the small pi property. That would be a different way. I think the thing we don't want to do is a little bit like what I think the early draft of the paper proposed as the solution, what gets called the estimand here, and what sort of Aviv maybe suggested at the end of his comment, which is we don't want we don't want product-specific price coefficients, because that gets you into hell. Because now you don't have Slutsky symmetry, you don't have integrability of demand, you cannot write down an expenditure function, and all welfare is going to be path-dependent. And so that is the world we do not want to go to. Do not write that paper, and please don't make me review it.
Well, last question.
Yeah, so often when we do these demand models, we're faced with trade-offs in sort of where to make the model rich and where to make the model more simple. And I'm playing around with this sort of practical guidance, but I'm curious to see if it makes sense. My read of the, what I got from the presentation is that if you really care about getting product-specific elasticities right or product-specific markups right, then adding richer demographics, correlated demographics can take you in that direction. But what that wouldn't do is create flexibility in pass-through or a counterfactual, because you're going to shift, you're basically creating heterogeneity in where something falls along this quadratic. But once you know sort of where it is, if you change their price, you're going to move along the quadratic. And so if the purpose of the research is to support a counterfactual where you change cost or change some other demand property and you want to see how prices respond, it strikes me that more demographics or more nonlinear coefficients or whatever is not necessarily the answer. The better solution there might be something like a Box-Cox transformation in price or some of the methods that Katya has brainstormed in her research. And so I'm curious if that holds up.
Sure. Yeah, I think I can answer some of them, but there's a lot, and a lot of good questions. Yeah, so the exercise of sort of starting with the true random coefficient logit model and seeing if the IV can reproduce it, that's on my computer. It's going to be done. It's a good exercise. I think you will find that the answer is it can reproduce the weighted average, but you probably don't want the weighted average anyways, right? So it'll do a good job at the weighted average. That's not the object we care about. So, but it's a good exercise. Can't read my own handwriting. Oh, so I'm definitely happy to look at the marketing literature. Actually, I just came across a paper by your colleague Pradeep from like 20 years ago where it seems like he might have seen something similar. So I need to look at that more carefully. But definitely interested in more techniques from the dark arts of marketing to try and get around this. Aviv mentioned a paper by Peter Davis, which I spent 5 hours with the help of Claude trying to track down, and I could not find the actual paper anywhere. So if you have a copy, please send it to me. I saw something published later by him which referenced the paper, but it was about symmetry, not about the own price elasticities being restrictive. I guess also there was a question about about product-specific coefficients and conflicting views on that. I think I would echo more Chris's view on that because we did play around with that at some point, and it brings you, if you don't have any random coefficients, it brings you back to the IV world where you just have like a different, if you do the inversion, right, you're back to a two-stage least square system. You have a different coefficient for each price. You're just doing IV for each price. And you have a model now to justify that, but it's very intense demands on your data, and you have way too many parameters to estimate in a reasonable way. And then if you want to try a middle point, you have to figure out some way of modeling how the price coefficient varies with the characteristic, which I don't know how to do, but maybe that's an interesting thing to think about. And has, I guess, micro-foundation problems too. Gautam mentioned about thinking about equilibrium price outcomes, which is a conversation actually that my co-authors who don't think about differentiated demand, it's kind of immediately what they said, like why is it a problem that the elasticity is a function of price? Wouldn't you expect that if you didn't have a differentiated demand market? And so I think that's the same statement. And so maybe we should think about that in more detail and how it interacts with these differentiated settings. I guess I don't have time for the rest, but like you mentioned the McFadden and Train comment. That's something that comes up a lot. So the McFadden and Train paper is an approximation theory paper, right? It says if you have an increasingly rich set of mixed logit models, you can approximate roughly any demand system. There's a lot of work. I've done some work in like sieve estimation before too. And when you use a sieve, you promise like a lot of terms, and then you end up using like a linear or quadratic in practice. And so it's a question of sort of like how faithful the theory is to what you're actually doing in practice. And so you can see this in the same tradition where like you might think that a very flexible logit model can approximate a lot of things. That's not inconsistent with what I'm saying. What we're looking at is like the actual things people are using in practice, the actual specifications. And those seem to be pretty stylized and far from that limit. Okay, I think that's that time, right?
Yeah, thank you. So just a reminder, at 1:30, we're coming back from lunch, and we'll have our first paper about COVID-19.
they said they would hold up. Wait, Ashley. Ashley.
All right, everyone. I'm going to invite you to take your seats. All right. We got a great afternoon this afternoon. We have healthcare, we have housing, and we have financial advisory. And so we're going to start off with healthcare with Kelly. Take it away. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. I'm going to be presenting this paper, which is titled Quality, Selection, and Congestion, Equilibrium Hospital Outcomes During COVID-19. This is together with Gautam, who's somewhere here, and Bob Town, who's watching on YouTube. All right, we start with noting that economists and regulators routinely aim to quantify the quality of economically important institutions, and they'll often do so by comparing outcomes of the individuals served. So for example, they'll look at mortality of patients in a hospital, test scores or graduations of students at schools, recidivism rates at courts, and so on. Now, such outcomes are often influenced by three distinct channels. The first is just baseline quality of the institution. So how good is that institution at creating good outcomes for the average individual? The second is selection, which is the composition of individuals who select into the institution, based on observables or unobservables. So for example, unobservably sicker patients may go to certain hospitals, unobservably high ability students may go to certain schools, and that will impact the outcomes through channels other than the institutional quality itself. And then we have this third component, which is congestion, which is the idea that the volume of concurrent users relative to capacity may also be influencing outcomes at the institution. Now, disentangling all three of these channels require separate identification strategies for both selection bias and the congestion effects. And so this is why existing work is typically just focused on one or two, and typically they do the first two, at least in the hospital quality literature. But we think congestion, this third component, is especially important, and I'm going to show you it is, because it implies that quality is not a fixed attribute, and it's going to vary with its use. And so what we do in this paper is we're going to provide a unified framework for all three of these channels, and we'll apply it to a high-stakes setting, hospital performance during COVID. All right, so the goals of this paper are to answer the following research questions. The first is simple, just how much of hospital performance during this time is due to quality, selection versus congestion. Then we're going to ask, are patients informed about congestion and quality when they make their hospital choice? Which leads us to looking at welfare consequences of counterfactual information environments after accounting from the equilibrium spillovers. Now, this equilibrium spillovers from congestion is important because where each user goes is going to change the quality that every other user experiences. So for example, patients may go to ex-ante high quality hospitals, but then that hospital becomes really overcrowded. They're going to perform worse at treating their patients, which leads to post-hospital quality declines. And patients may be better off making different choices. All right, so the setting we're going to look at, we're going to use Texas hospital discharge data. We're going to look at this quarterly over the course of the pandemic. We're going to first recover hospital quality at the quarterly level, looking at mortality rates as an outcome. We're going to use the distance IV, so how close a patient is to each hospital, and this is going to allow us to adjust for the unobserved selection component. We use a Bayesian estimation method, which is going to be appropriate and give us appropriate inference even when there's few deaths per hospital quarter. We're then going to decompose that quarterly hospital quality measure into the baseline hospital quality, which already nets out the selection component, and then the time-varying effects of congestion, and we'll also look at learning by doing. We're then going to look at a patient hospital choice model where we're interested in patients' expectations of quality and congestion. What do they use about this when they're making their choice of where to go? And then finally, we're going to run some equilibrium counterfactuals, looking at different market structure and different information. So for example, we're going to say what would be the impact if patients knew about congestion effects and its impact on mortality and quality. And again, we account for the fact that the congestion makes these decisions intertwined when we do so. Okay, so as I mentioned before, you need two separate identification strategies to disentangle all three of these channels. So to recover baseline quality separately from the selection bias and congestion effects. For selection, we do the standard IV, or standard distance IV, so how far a patient is from each hospital. And with this, we're essentially identifying outcomes of patients who live near a hospital rather than those that are treated there. And so this lets a high mortality hospital may have high mortality just because it's a bad hospital, or it could be that it's treating unobservably more severe patients. And so we're going to account for that. I skipped a slide. Okay. The assumption here is that distance is uncorrelated with unobserved severity. Next, to look at congestion, we're going to look at pandemic-driven surges in COVID-19 hospitalizations. And this is going to give us plausibly exogenous within-hospital variation in the utilization, or how many beds are full, over time. I'll talk about this a little bit later, but we use region-by-quarter fixed effects to absorb the regional kind of demand and severity shocks. And the assumption here is that the occupancy at a hospital is uncorrelated with the residual unobserved time-varying element of quality. And again, we'll discuss more about that when we get there. We kind of fit this paper into 3 broad literatures. I'm not going to spend too much time on there, written by some great people in this room. So instead, I'm going to quickly do a quick background on COVID-19 and inpatient care. So there's about 5 million inpatient hospitalizations during COVID, over 1 million deaths, and importantly, about 2/3 of deaths did occur in the inpatient setting, suggesting that hospitals did, play a role in affecting the outcomes during the pandemic. Now, you didn't have to go to the hospital if you had COVID. Oh my gosh, I keep skipping. Typically, it signals a severe disease, most often respiratory failure. Of course, those with with comorbidities are at elevated risk. Treatment guidelines were also ambiguous during the pandemic. I list a couple of the recommended. No, I'm not touching anything. Not recommended. I list a couple of them here. You may remember bleach was also thrown around a bit. So, it was ambiguous and definitely a role for learning by doing, perhaps, during this time. All right, what I'm plotting here is on the x-axis, this is the time, so quarters during the pandemic. In orange, we're plotting the COVID-19 hospitalization rate. And so you can see here, this is kind of part of the variation that we're identifying. There was, large surges and waves of inpatient utilization. And then I also plotting in the green, this is the inpatient hospital mortality rate. You can see that this is positively correlated, suggesting that when hospitals got more full, inpatient mortality also went up, so a role of congestion. Again, the primary data source we're going to use is Texas inpatient discharge data. I swear I'm not touching anything. Okay. We have, over 400,000 inpatient observations, over 300 hospitals. We have all the standard, adjustments for observable risk adjusters. The outcome measure we're going to look at is based on discharge status, so whether or not inpatient death or discharge to hospice. We call this inpatient mortality. Just to put a number on this, think the average is about 13.7% is the inpatient mortality rate. One thing I want to note is how do we measure capacity strain, because this is our congestion measure. We're going to look at capacity strain both overall, so the general total number of beds filled, and then we're also going to look at the total number of ICU intensive care unit beds that are filled. And so we define this as the patient length of stay days in the quarter divided by quarterly bed days. Now, this is based on a designated number of beds, which is static. Now, during the pandemic, they could switch general beds to ICU beds temporarily. And so for this reason, we see ICU utilization rates often exceeding 100%. Last thing I want to note is that we're going to run the analysis separately by the 11 public health regions in Texas. All right, we do a 3-part empirical approach. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the methods of the first, the results, then move on to the second, and so on. So we first start by just estimating hospital quality at the quarterly level, and we want to net out the selection bias here. So here the model and the estimation approach builds on the work done by my co-authors along with John Gebicki in 2003. This is the GGT approach. And it starts with a latent index for patients' mortality. And this is going to depend on the CIT, which is where the hospital was treated. And so the coefficient on that, the beta, you can think about this as the role of the hospital, so the inverse of quality of the hospital in affecting outcomes. It also depends on the observed risk adjusters and then an unobserved illness shock. Now the concern is that unobservably sicker patients in the epsilon might select into certain hospitals, so this makes the epsilon correlated with the C's, which makes beta biased. And so what we do is we pair this with a selection adjustment where we assume that, or we model that patients that are treated are going to be treated at a hospital in their region based on the highest latent utility, CITJ star. This is a function of, all of their observables plus this omitted factor, distance. So the travel time between each patient and each hospital in their region. So the C is going to essentially be an instrument for hospital choice, and we allow for the error in the choice to be correlated with the error in the mortality equation. Now you can think about this as a kind of standard distance IV for hospital choice. You could do this with an IV or control function approach. The key here is that the latent variables MIT star and CITJ star are unobserved. So what we do is we simulate these, assuming guesses of parameters, in a Bayesian framework. So we're going to specify weak priors in all of our parameters. We're going to do this estimation separately by region and quarter. And so the measure of equality of a hospital in a given quarter at a given quarter is going to be this negative beta term divided by the standard deviation of the epsilons, which we actually estimate, and that's adjusting for the selection. We do a Markov chain Monte Carlo algorithm, which is going to give us a posterior distribution. So we have a distribution of all of the hospital quality measures. And the key here is the posterior is going to shrink the estimates towards the overall mean more when the data is not very informative. So we have some hospitals where they have few patients, and so that's what's going to do there. Now for interpretability, we're going to transform each of these draws into an expected mortality rate. So this is the mean probability if the hospital were faced with a population distribution of both the observed and the unobserved severity of patients. So this is our kind of measure of hospital quality. Now what does that look like? So on the left, panel A, we're plotting for all of the hospital quarters in our sample, we're plotting them from lowest selection adjusted mortality to highest selection adjusted mortality. We're plotting the mean, and again we have this posterior distribution, so we're kind of plotting the 95% confidence interval. So a couple things to take away is, there's wide variation in the risk adjusted or the selection adjusted mortality rate. You have some hospital quarters close to zero mortality, and some hospital quarters, closer to like almost 50% of inpatient mortality. And again, this is after already correcting for unobserved selection. There's also a lot of, they're not very precise. So just as a comparison, we also did it at the hospital level, where we don't allow for time-varying effects, and you can see we get some more precision there. But that assumes that there's no time-varying effects, which I'm about to show you is actually really important. So I didn't show you this, but we look at the correlation. We do a model where we estimate, where we correct for selection, and one where we don't, and we find that the correlation is about 0.81. So there is a role, the role of unobserved patient severity, it's modest, but it's not negligible, so it does matter. And variation in performance across hospitals is large. So just to put a number on this, if you were to move all of the patients from the above median mortality hospital to the median mortality hospital, expected mortality would fall by 15%. If you extended this to the US and put a value to the COVID life lost, it would be almost, 110,000 deaths and 400 billion in welfare gains. Now, of course, you can't just move a bunch of patients from the above median hospital to the median hospital, because that median hospital would get very crowded. And as I'm going to show you, that would lead to way worse outcomes. So that's what we do next. Is step 2 is we're going to decompose the quarterly hospital quality measures, which again are already correct for selection. And we're going to decompose those into time-varying effects by running this regression. So we're going to regress the draws, posterior draws, on a hospital fixed effect, and this is going to give us our baseline quality of the hospital. We're also going to throw in, functions of occupancy, so we're going to use utilization rates, and this is going to give us our capacity strain effects. We look at functions of experience at treating COVID patients. We're going to use lagged volume, so total number of COVID patients up until the last quarter. This gives us learning by doing, and then region by quarter fixed effects. We're going to two-way cluster standard errors at the level of hospital and region quarter. And the identifying assumption here is that the time-varying volume is uncorrelated with the unobserved component of time-varying quality. So this would be violated, for example, if hospitals were improving quality for some reason that attracted more patients. We don't think that's very likely during the pandemic. All right, so what do we find? Here's our impact of occupancy and experience on hospital mortality. I want you just to focus on column 5 here. If you just look at the overall utilization rate, so how full the total number of beds are in a quarter, we don't find large impacts of that on mortality rates. What really seems to matter is ICU utilization rate. And in fact, we look at the spine and it really seems to bite when ICU beds are over 75% full. To kind of put a number on this, it's pretty consistent, put a number on this, moving from empty to 100% full decreases mortality, or increases mortality by 1.3 percentage points. Looking at the log COVID patients through the last quarter, so this learning by doing, we don't see a lot of evidence that there's benefits of learning by doing effects here. What this is a map of Texas. It has all of the hospitals denoted by their size. And what I'm showing you is the mortality rate, and it's going to switch back and forth. So hospital mortality without capacity strain, this is our baseline quality, and then adding in the role of capacity strain. So just focus on, focus on these two hospitals here in North San Antonio. This is Northeast Baptist and Northeast Methodist Hospital. And you can see that, despite being right next to each other, at baseline, the Baptist Hospital is much better quality, much lower mortality. And this, again, despite them being right next to each other. At realized capacity strain, they both get worse. Methodist Hospital gets, much more worse. That didn't need to be the case. During this quarter that I'm showing you, they had similar capacity. It could have been that all of the patients that went to the smaller hospital instead decided to go to Baptist, and the relationship would have flipped. And so this leads us to think that what are they using when they're making their hospital choice really matters. So that's why we go to step 3, which is estimating the hospital choice. So here we model that a patient's utility at choosing a hospital is going to be based on patient hospital terms such as distance, hospital characteristics, patient characteristics. What we really care about is this lambda 3 here, which is the effect on the patient's expectations about hospital quality. Now, we don't actually know what patients expect, so we're going to look at 2 different specifications and see which ones make sense. The first is we're going to say, what if they look at hospital, or their expectations about hospital quality is just the baseline quality. So expected mortality when the hospital's empty. And then we're going to say, what if they actually know baseline hospital quality and the congestion effects? Where a patient goes is going to impact the congestion, so we use a leave one out estimator here. We're going to control well for hospital characteristics. All right, so I'm going to show you 2 different choice model estimates. The first one is just the choice model where we assume that patients are picking hospitals based off baseline hospital quality, not the role of congestion. Pretty consistent across our different specifications. Distance, patients don't like driving far. And they also dislike going to hospitals with high mortality rates. So we think this, makes sense. Now conversely, if we instead say their expectations are about hospital mortality at the realized occupancy, things are kind of all over the place. Again, this is using the leave one out estimator. We can see that they still don't like driving, but they sometimes like going to hospitals with high mortality rate. In the case where it is negative, it's much lower than it was in the previous example. And so what do we take away from that? Well, in the absence of capacity strain, patients are choosing the right hospitals. But once you account for capacity strain, patients are choosing the wrong hospitals. And we think this implies that patients are misinformed about equilibrium quality. Now, I didn't talk about the actual magnitudes here, but what we also think is we think that they are only partially informed. So for example, if you take the estimates, it suggests that patients are willing to trade off a 3 percentage point or 22% mortality rate increase just for 1 minute shorter travel time. We don't think that's actually real. So what this is suggesting is they're placing less weight on that because they're uncertain about the quality of the hospital, and so it implies that patients are only partially informed about quality. So misinformed and partially informed. So these inaccurate equilibrium expectations we think may be affecting COVID-19 hospital quality. So it suggests that there's alternative market structures or patient information that could improve welfare. So we're going to use this choice model to think about some different counterfactuals. So first we're just going to say, what if there was no capacity strain at all? What if there was more ICU beds? Then we're going to look at what would happen in equilibrium if we changed information. So we're going to say, what if patients knew about mortality, including the role of capacity strain? And then what if they also believed on top of that that the information we gave them was more precise? We're going to start with the estimated choice parameters where patients value quality positively, or the one where they dislike high mortality rates. And then in our equilibrium counterfactuals, we're going to solve for a fixed point. So we're going to give patients some new information. They're going to make their choices. This is then going to fill up an ICU. That's then going to feed back into expected mortality rate, which will then feed back into new choices that they make. And we'll iterate through that till we get to convergence. Okay, so what I'm going to show you is across all of these different counterfactuals, what happens to the change in mortality rate. In the paper, we also look at what happens to travel time, and we put a welfare number on there as well. So we're going to start by just the baseline, which is patients are making choices based on hospital quality, not accounting for capacity strain. So the first two we're going to look at, these are not necessarily equilibrium objects because we're not having patients make new choices. We're simply saying, given the choices you're making, what if capacity strain did not matter at all? So your outcome is based on the baseline quality of the hospital. And then we're going to say what happens if we added 5 ICU beds per hospital. So here we're decreasing capacity strain essentially by increasing the denominator. So if there's no capacity strain at all, we could get reductions of about almost 10% mortality rate reductions. If we added ICU beds, we would get about 2%, suggesting we would need to add a lot more ICU beds to really get rid of the congestion effects. Next, we're going to move into the equilibrium counterfactuals. So the first one is we're going to give patients information about quality strain. Here, we see that there's actually a very small increase in mortality rates. And this is because we're telling patients about congestion. They're moving hospitals. They're actually moving from baseline higher quality hospitals to worse, and then those are getting a little bit more crowded. And because they're still not sure about the precision, remember, they're still using the low weight coefficient on hospital quality, they're not wanting to move more. So in that, we get a small increase. So what we really need to do is we need to tell them, look, here's the capacity strain, or the mortality and the role of capacity strain at this hospital, and we need you to know that this is 100% accurate and put 10 times the weight on this. We're increasing the precision of that signal that they get. And in this case, this is where we see the biggest gains. We get a 3.8% reduction in the mortality rate. To quantify this, that's about $7.3 billion in welfare just in Texas alone, and only 1 minute higher average travel time. Now, just as a comparison, what if instead we said your information at baseline was correct, hospital quality does not depend on capacity strain, and you should put 10 times more weight on it? As you might expect, mortality rates would increase 3.8%. And this is because patients are now going to the high baseline quality hospitals. Those hospitals are getting full, and those are then getting worse, and mortality rate increases. This 10 times weight was, of course, arbitrary. So we're going to look at the informed about quality, including strain, and we're going to vary that signal multiplier. So that's what's going here on the x-axis. How much weight they place on the hospital mortality. In red, we're plotting what happens to deaths, and in blue, what happens to travel time. And you can see it kind of asymptotes out here, because at some point, you're getting to a point where it's constrained by just baseline hospital quality during this time. Can't get any lower. And so just to put a number to it, let's look at the weight of 50. The mortality rate reduces by 6.5%, and the travel time increases by 6%. All right, and to conclude, I want you to take away 3 key points from this paper. The first is that congestion is a first-order determinant of hospital performance during COVID-19. Second is that patients are likely informed about long-run quality of a hospital, but not about short-run congestion. And this creates an equilibrium externality where individuals making rational choices does not necessarily result in better aggregate outcomes. Resorting towards good hospitals just moves congestion around them. So what you really need is you need to give them accurate and more precise information in order to see the gains. And as a final point, we think this applies, more broadly, beyond just hospitals, to settings where users are going to sort into institutions based off of quality, so the selection, and where that quality is degraded or perhaps improved by its use, so congestion or learning by doing. And thank you.
Mike Sinkinson is our discussant.
Thank you very much for having me discuss this paper. Everyone remember COVID? Well, we were banging pots and pans out the window to thank our frontline healthcare workers. These co-authors came up with a really good paper idea, okay? So it's a pleasure to be able to discuss this paper. So there's a kind of core big problem here, which is how do you even measure hospital quality, okay? So there's always this problem of selection versus actual hospital quality. And so there's this earlier paper over 20 years ago now, GGT, and one of those G's and that T are, of course, Kelly's co-author on this paper, that kind of came up with a clever solution to that problem. So we can tease those two apart. That was already a hard problem, though. This paper comes along and says, hold my beer. We're going to tackle an even harder, more ambitious problem. We're going to also layer in congestion, okay? Now we're going to have, patients choosing where to go based on quality, but then that quality being a function of congestion, and so on and so on. And so this paper is really studying that question. So in a nutshell, what are they doing in this paper? They have all the data from Texas. So we're thinking about all the COVID-19 discharges from 2020 to 2022. They're going to measure mortality as death or discharge to hospice. Those are kind of two outcomes that they're going to count as the same here. And there are actually a lot of cases in Texas, 333 hospitals, and also, I thought, a pretty high mortality rate. Okay, so 92,000 deaths in Texas alone. So what does the paper do? This is it in a nutshell. Step one, we're going to recover the posterior distribution of hospital quarter quality. So we're going to use the same method as from GGT, but do it at the quarterly basis to get that hospital quality measure, okay? The second thing, we're going to take the draws, those posterior draws, regress that on hospital fixed effects and hospital characteristics, including ICU occupancy and experience, okay? That's going to allow us to recover the base on hospital quality and any impact of congestion on quality, and also possibly learning by doing. Once we have that, we go back to a traditional hospital choice model to see if patients actually respond to any of this stuff, right? Does this enter into the patient's decision making? So the main findings, first of all, there's a lot of variation in hospital quality. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. And second, congestion here is actually big. As Kelly said, 9.3% of deaths can be attributed to hospital ICU congestion. Surprisingly, there was no evidence of learning by doing, and I'll kind of come back to that a little bit in my comments. And interestingly, patients respond to quality, but not to congestion. Okay, those are kind of the main findings, but what I think is actually the most interesting part of this paper is this one counterfactual where we basically fully inform patients about congestion. We give them all the information. It seems like we're solving a problem, right? We're giving patients the information we think they would want to have. And what's the outcome? It's not good. We actually don't even improve the performance in equilibrium. Basically what happens, patients start going to less congested but otherwise worse hospitals. Those hospitals get even worse because they're now starting to get congested. And overall, you end up no better off. And I do want to point out that this is why I'm glad these particular authors wrote this particular paper, because you would never be able to assess that without the full equilibrium model here, right? You would never be able to know that answer. Okay, so I want to first just mention, is this congestion effect big? And actually, Kelly didn't show this figure, but figure 4 in the paper is, I think, super interesting. So the first thing, it's on the x-axis, we're plotting the mortality without capacity strain, so the baseline kind of quality. And then on the y-axis, we're plotting what was the realized mortality. So at the observed capacity strain, what happened? And so there's a couple things you see right away. The first is the spread on the x-axis, right? So we were saying there's a big distribution of quality differences across hospitals. But what was stunning to me is the y-axis, right? So you have, a very well-performing hospital, like I can't point unfortunately, but there's a hospital there that had about a 10% mortality rate at baseline, but during its worst strain, that shot up to like 14 or 15%. So like a 40 or 50% increase in mortality risk. That's enormous. Okay, what's going on in that hospital that you're suddenly 40 or 50% worse just because you're capacity strained? Okay, so I think it's really, really big. The other figure that you guys didn't get to see, it's buried in an appendix, but I thought it was also super interesting, is the relationship between congestion and quality. And so in her main results table, Kelly showed you that they kind of thought about a spline, which is that red line, where there's a cut at 75% capacity utilization. Okay, but the dashed line is a spline with 4 segments. And what's kind of remarkable is they're almost on top of each other. And it's almost like a very linear relationship. And so this very much, I thought, was a little bit surprising. It wouldn't have been my guess that you would have such a linear relationship between the ICU capacity and quality here. Okay, let me get into my main comments. So the first thing is I think there's super interesting economics here, and I would just encourage the authors. The paper is currently written as a COVID paper, if that makes sense, right? If you read this paper, it's about hospital quality during COVID. But I think there's actually a lot of really interesting economics here, and I would encourage them to kind of refocus the paper, particularly towards the informational intervention that I think is super interesting. Like, to me, that's really wild. Obviously, congestion, affecting quality is kind of everywhere. I made the super wise decision of taking my niece and nephew to Disneyland over Christmas break. Yeah, congestion affects quality. You got me there, okay? Obviously, the selection layer is most salient in healthcare, although, as Kelly said, in this setting, it was not as big perhaps as they expected, but it is, healthcare is special with respect to that. But in settings where you have congestion, we're frequently doing informational interventions, right? I can't be the only person in the room who, when they see one of these signs on the highway, goes, well, I'm going to take the express lane. I want to save time. Oh, but what if everyone else does that too? They'll crowd into the express lane, then it will get slow, so I should take the local lane, right? But if everyone else thinks that, they'll stay in a local lane, so I should take the express lane. And it's like that scene in The Princess Bride, right? You're trying to out-reason everyone else. So this is kind of cool because this paper specifically does this. It says, well, what if we gave everyone this information, and it shows that actually it's not always going to improve the situation. Okay. So I thought that information intervention counterfactual was really, really great. My second comment is a little bit more nuanced, a little more in the weeds, but there's, and to be clear, the authors acknowledge this in the paper. They talk about it a bit. I think it deserves a bit more of a mention, though. But there's a measurement error question here. So the main dependent variable we're looking at is occupancy of the ICU, which is measured as patient days in the discharge data over the number of beds in the ICU times 91, okay? But both of these are going to have some measurement error in them, okay? And I'll talk about that just briefly. So the way they measure the patient days in the discharge data, all it says is you stayed 10 days. And it says most of that time was in the ICU, or the second most time was in the ICU, or whatever. And so they have to kind of, there's noise in that, right? So it's just, that's a limitation of the data. But the number of beds also is measured with error because, of course, this doesn't account for temporary ICU beds, or TICUs. I had to do a little bit of research on this. So TICUs are a thing, the temporary ICU units. And I've got a little diagram on there. This was obviously during COVID. Hospitals were learning how to do this. How can we convert and increase the capacity of our ICU? And so the result of this measurement error is that you get some wild summary statistics. So this is from their summary stats table. And if you look at the second row, average ICU utilization rate, the average is 132%. That seems high, right? If you look at the max, there's a hospital that's like at 2,000% capacity. Okay, what's going on there? Well, again, the authors kind of acknowledge this. And so that third line, it says adjusted. What they're doing there is it turns out there's a lot of small hospitals that just don't have an ICU, but are reporting a ton of ICU patients. What is it? It's one of those temporary ICUs, okay? So what this suggests is a lot of the high utilization is probably these smaller hospitals that don't actually have a real ICU, that only have a temporary one. And so I kind of start to wonder then with that, is that the same thing as an ICU? And I'll just say, my prior was, oh, that's probably terrible, right? That's probably, you're in like a truck or something and that they've driven in and just kind of set up temporarily. But if I'm just gonna go back one slide, that paper, if you Google temporary ICU, it actually showed in France that they performed as well as a regular ICU. Very low N. But this is the kind of thing that I think the authors should kind of address in the paper, because otherwise it just looks like these are insanely high levels of utilization. Okay, so my one other suggestion, just see if these hospitals that report not having an ICU are actually important to the results or not, because I think they look very funny in the data. So a couple minor comments. The paper does not mention, Delta or Omicron, the different strains of COVID. I think I know the answer. I know what Kelly's going to tell me in a second, which is that conditional on being admitted to an ICU, the strain didn't matter that much. And so that's why the paper kind of doesn't address it. But it does seem like it could be something you could address. It occurred to me, maybe we're not seeing learning by doing because the strain is evolving. Is it possible that those later strains were kind of harder or different to treat? But overall, though, I was just really surprised that we're not finding evidence of learning by doing here. How could we not be learning about this over time? It was a novel virus. How could we not be getting better? So I thought that was more of a puzzle than anything else. And the last thing I'll just mention is, external validity, is COVID special? Do we think that this is a general finding for hospitals in general, that as capacity goes up, you see much worse performance? I don't exactly know the answer, but something to think about. All right, so let me just conclude. This is an excellent paper. It's very well written. It's very easy to read. Obviously, it's an important topic. And hopefully, in the next 100 years before the next pandemic, we can solve this problem of what's the optimal way to disclose information to get patients to sort perfectly. Thank you all very much.
Much. We will gladly take questions. I'll start right here.
So a great paper. I love the theme of congestion-aware market design. I had a question about the informational intervention, which is the language you were using suggested putting a lot on the patient to have information about what hospital to go to under, in the setting of your paper when they have severe COVID, but in general when they're going to a hospital with some severe illness. Is there a way to put that obligation on the hospital itself, that the hospital has an obligation if they're at capacity to be aware of what other hospitals nearby have both good quality and have room in their ICU? How do those institutions must play out a little bit already in practice, because hospitals will often transfer patients. But is there a way to interpret your informational intervention as something a little bit more of a policy proposal at the level of the hospital, not just at the level of information intervention?
I'm going to piggyback on Eric's question with organizer's prerogative. So I confess to believing in your paper because I once, in the last couple of months, took my son to what I realized later was the wrong ICU because I was trying to avoid what I thought would be a congested ICU. So I can easily believe that people make this choice. The question I wanted to ask is, one thing that strikes me as significant about the COVID thing is that if you go to a hospital and you're thinking about congestion, you're thinking about quality, you might be in that hospital for a long time with COVID, and part of how congested the hospital is going to be depends on how many people came to that hospital after you sort of already got admitted. And so I'm wondering, as you're thinking about interventions, how do you think about the choice that people might make based on information they have now, if in a setting in which there's a longer stay than for my son at the ER, if sort of what the resulting congestion might depend on information that's going to arrive after you've made your decision about where you want to go to the hospital. Other questions? Right over here. Camilo's going to get you.
Super interesting paper. Where's guy? Sure, hiding. So I got into this examination of overflow and capacity in hospitals, and recently got into this hole. And states have specific regulations under which you're allowed to exceed your capacity in different places. I don't know the specific of Texas, and Texas might well be an outlier in these things. But during the pandemic, there were specific rules to determine under which conditions are you allowed to exceed your capacity, your licensed capacity, your staffing regulations. And I wonder if that might help first elucidate this point about how much we're exceeding and whether these 200% that we're seeing are reasonable or within the guidelines or not. And maybe put some bounds on kind of what can happen in counterfactuals and things like that, given that in some states they were very specific about these margins.
Just a suggestion, or maybe two. People probably don't know the capacity when they're making the utilization, but they probably would know for the area. The hospitals are over, if you were in New York, you knew that they started boats at some point, and that, that they were over, capacity in an area as a whole. And they might use that to infer. So you don't really have a model of what people's information set is. But if you just put that in the model and then said the error was just independent of that, I think it would be interesting just to see if it had any effect. And then the other thing is the quality variable is going to be measured problematically. So when you put it on the right-hand side, it has error in it for various reasons. When you put it on the right-hand side, it's going to have noise in it. And so just do try your same counterfactuals with the quality variable with a little bit higher coefficient, increase the coefficient by 50%, and see if that matters to the counterfactuals. That might be helpful.
I was wondering whether you've thought about the mix of patients changing when sort of capacity utilization is high, that sort of the severity of the cases that are admitted change, and how that affects the measurement of the effect of utilization on mortality.
Other questions? One more back here. And then up here to Ben.
Great paper, thank you. I was wondering if hospitals that were congested were allowed to refuse or redirect patients, and if some of the variation that you see in the data, it looks like people are going to less congested hospitals or just people being redirected. I don't know the context, so maybe it's not important.
And then Ben, did you ever have one? No. Other questions? Oh, one more. Then Kelly will give you a minute.
I was wondering, how should we think about distance as an instrument in this setting, where suppose if I have a respiratory failure, going to a hospital that's far away is going to make it more likely that the patient dies. So like distance could enter mortality equation, but that would invalidate its use as an instrument.
All right, Kelly, why don't you take a few minutes to respond to whatever you'd like to.
Okay, so there's a lot of different themes there. Let me first start by thanking Mike for the discussant. One thing I do want to point out is, we don't actually use the 22 crazy outlier number. We're going to use this adjusted measure, and we do tons of different robustness to this, and everything is pretty robust. So we are accounting for it in that way. Also, fair point about looking at hospitals without an ICU. That's easy to implement and do. Let me push back a tiny bit on the external validity and bringing in, even within the healthcare sector, there's a literature on showing that capacity strain in like an emergency department on a given day is going to create meaningfully reductions in outpatient or in mortality. And this isn't not during COVID. So, congestion really does seem to matter. And also within healthcare and not, individuals making choices seem to have limited information about the quality of the institution where they're going. So we think that's kind of more general. Thinking about the policy perspective, I thought you were going to ask a different question about like, what if we put the information on the hospital? I was more thinking, I sometimes get asked the question, is it the patient making the choice or is it the ambulance making the choice? So instead it'd be like, what if we gave the information to the ambulance? We can't actually see ambulances in the data, but it suggests that even if we are giving information to ambulances, which, anecdotally we did hear that hospitals were telling ambulances were full, but all hospitals were doing that. And so there was still kind of a choice being made there. So I see your point about, we're not actually thinking of a world where we're giving patients the actual information. It's just kind of a thought experiment of just giving more information, whether it be through the hospital or through the ambulance or to the patient themselves. Let's see. Oh, Ben, thank you. I did not know that there was a rule about how much you could expand capacity. You said this was true even during COVID? Okay. So my guess is Texas probably did not, but I don't want to say for certain, so we'll look into that. I don't think hospitals were allowed to refuse patients. We do look at transfers, so transfers do occur, not very often, so I think an average was like maybe less than 5%, and that's actually not correlated with capacity strain, kind of surprisingly. That could also be a potential, another paper looking at the transfer decision of the hospitals. Okay, I'm trying to think of, I guess the last point was, do patients know if the capacity was strained in their area? So fair point, we do look at within a certain market. So they might know all the hospitals are crowded in this region, but they're not going to have information on especially which hospital is crowded, and that's kind of exactly what we're trying to measure, is what if we gave them. Okay, that's a fair point, yeah. Okay, yeah, so I think that's kind of a summary. I'm sure I missed a couple, but Ashley and Gautam wrote them down, so we will address them as we revise the paper. Thank you.
everyone, if you'll take your seats. All right, our paper this session is about housing voucher design, and Fernando will take it away.
Hey everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm presenting my paper titled Targeting and Price Pass-Through in Housing Voucher Design. So let me start with a brief motivation. Homeownership has long been a highly valued institution and is becoming increasingly affordable. These policies already had a historical strong political support, and recently they came back to a discussion of the policy debate over whether we need to expand these policies, change how we target them, or other changes. This policy is already one of the most widely adopted and expensive policies in the world. Every OECD country has one of them. The US alone spends on the tax and property tax and the mortgage deduction programs around $400 billion a year. However, the US is kind of an exception in how these subsidies are often implemented. As they're very expensive, most of the OECD policies, at least, are implemented via ration and targeted voucher policies or grants. Ration means that there's a limited amount of vouchers to award each period, and targeted means that not everybody can get them. Two of the main kind of dimensions of the policy debate regards to the effectiveness of these policies are their kind of common goal, which is rising homeownership rates. You can also think about increasing consumer surplus. The first is the pretty standard price pass-through issue. If we subsidize demand, prices would rise. These transfers becomes transfers to sellers while harming non-beneficiaries that face higher housing prices. The second is a little bit more subtle and regards the inadequate targeting of these policies. Critics argue that these vouchers often end up in hands of households that would have become homeowners anyway. In the extreme, if all the beneficiaries would have become owners without a voucher, these policies just would work as transfers to these inframarginal buyers. So the research question in this paper is actually pretty simple. I'm going to start asking what are the equilibrium and distributional effects of homeownership vouchers, both on beneficiary population, non-beneficiary population, and the overall housing market. Second, I'm going to explore what are the design trade-offs that shape their effectiveness, focusing on these two concerns and their potential interaction. So how I'm going to answer this question, I'm going to build an equilibrium model of Santiago de Chile housing market and the voucher policy there. Voucher targeting in the model is going to be determining equilibrium, and it's going to depend on how households decide to apply for available vouchers given their preferences and the existing policy. On the supply side, I'm going to allow the voucher policy to have incidence on housing supply both on the extensive and intensive market. By that, I mean developers might build new housing, and existing owners of units might sell their units. The whole paper revolves around three main challenges that are kind of common when studying housing assistance designs. I'm going to combine the model, data, and policy variation to tackle these challenges. The first is that policy effects of these policies are determining equilibrium. It depends on how prices rise, how subsidized demand substitutes given the increase in prices, as well as the beneficiaries. However, data on both beneficiaries and the market are often very scarce. What I'm going to do is to build a novel data set where I'm going to combine the panel of applicants and voucher use in Santiago de Chile with the universe of real estate transactions in the city. That and the model are going to allow me to estimate housing preferences as primitives and not basically estimating different preferences for the beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries. The second challenge is that even with this data and the demand model, rationing often implies selection into a system, which is the case in the setting of study. I'm going to take advantage of the policy being very transparent or their allocation rules and priorities to write a tractable model of voucher application choices. So I'm going to use this model to solve for the equilibrium applications and allocation. And on top of that, I'm going to exploit this model for estimation. intuitively, what's the issue here when households select into assistance is that the fact that you have a voucher means you select into it based on your preferences. What implies that is that I cannot use this voucher variation as price shifters directly. What I do, therefore, is to exploit the model to account for the selection by jointly estimating the voucher and demand models. And finally, these two steps allow me to exploit the voucher policy variation. The voucher features, total amount of vouchers, and other things I'm going to specify in a minute are going to vary over time. And using this voucher application model is going to allow me to exploit these variations as if they were excluded instruments in a standard selection correction problem. Finally, on the supply side, it's well known in real estate or housing economics that spillovers via demand substitution within a city makes very difficult to obtain price instruments for recovering the supply price elasticity. What I'm going to do is once I estimate the model of housing demand and voucher applications, I'm going to be able to exploit this model to build model-based demand instruments that are going to exploit the variation on the time and the amount of vouchers introduced over time over the city. What's the key? Without this, every housing unit in the city would be exposed to the same policy. What's the idea? The composition of the subsidized demand as well as the voucher features, like the rules and discounts, is going to mediate how this demand shock affects different housing units. Finally, just very briefly on the counterfactuals, I'm going to use the counterfactuals to make actually very simple counterfactuals to inform the design of homeownership policies. First, as expected, I'm going to find that subsidizing a good increase demand, so consumer surplus and homeownership are going to increase. However, I'm going to document significant inflation that is going to halve the net transfers to consumers. Each subsidized household gets 50 cents per dollar spent, but the total of non-subsidized households lose 25 cents per dollar spent. Then I'm going to exploit the richness of the model to study the distributional effects of these pecuniary externalities and the overall housing market adjustment. I'm going to find that the inflation is concentrated in the affordable housing segments, particularly in the resale. This is going to mean that unsubsidized households that are low income and have preferences for these very same units are going to be the ones bearing most of the policy cost. Finally, I'm going to document a stark trade-off between policies that try to target both of the issues that I mentioned before. Basically, if you want to improve targeting, bringing more households to demand housing, you're going to have to pay a cost on price inflation. And I'm going to be more precise about that later. So let me give you a very brief overview of how the city looks, as you're not Chileans. Santiago is the capital of Chile. 40% of the population lives there, and the DS1 homeownership voucher program is the only program in the city subsidizing private market housing purchases. This is a large-scale program. Roughly 1 out of 10 transactions in the city during the study period are subsidized by it. And finally, it's a ration and targeted program, which basically works by priority waitlist that I'm going to specify in a minute. 3 facts about the city that are relevant to understand the results. First, voucher use is going to be very geographically concentrated, and this is in part due to the menu design, beneficiaries' choices, but also because Santiago is a very unequal city. So each little neighborhood there is very homogeneous. The second is that I just told you that vouchers are allocated via these priority waitlists. Waitlist is going to be, on expectation, costly. Why? We're going to be in a setting when prices per square meter rise 6% annually in real terms. All prices in the presentation are going to be in real terms. And finally, we have significant new development across the city. Around 1/3 of the transactions during the study period are actually newly developed units. So this is not a case where actually the price inflation is only explained by not allowing developers to build. We have a lot of building happening, actually record highs in the city, and we still have this price inflation happening. I cannot go into every detail of the setting, but let me take advantage and introduce some of the notation in the model. So the policy is actually not one voucher. It's a set of voucher alternatives. Each alternative is going to differ by their generosity, meaning the discount you get on the price you buy, the price cap, meaning if you have the voucher, you can only buy units below a given price cap, and finally, which houses are eligible for it. All these features are going to vary within across vouchers in a given period, and during time, the government updates these features. So here I'm just showing you how the generosity and price caps look by the end of the study period. The high voucher, which is the high generosity one, is a flat subsidy. You can get a house for free, or if you buy a 1,000 UF house, you're going to get at half of the price. So the generosity is significant. And also, the variation in the generosity across the vouchers varies a lot. The low voucher on average subsidizes 17% of the price, while the high around 80%. Finally, whether price cap matters depends on equilibrium prices, because there's just a cap on there, you cannot go up. I show in the paper that these are actually pre-restrictive. 1 out of 10 transactions of the lower 10th percentile during the study period are eligible for the high voucher, while around half of the transactions are eligible for the low. So what is the take from here that is going to matter for the results is that when you're deciding to apply, whatever a mechanism to allocate this voucher is, you're going to trade off higher generosity against a more restricted housing choice and potentially having to wait for the voucher. So that's what I'm going to specify now, which is how this cutoff scores and allocation works. Each half year, the government is going to announce a total amount per voucher type. So they're going to have, say, I have 100 of each type to award. Households can apply for one of the vouchers they're eligible for. Depending on your socioeconomic status, you might be eligible for all or a subset of vouchers. Finally, given the applications and the priority scores that the government sets based on socioeconomic status and repeated application priority, the ABT households applying for that voucher that have the highest scores are going to get awarded. So this collapses into a cutoff allocation process. Each period, there's going to be a cutoff, which is the last household that gets a voucher of each type, that is going to determine how difficult it is to get that voucher. In some sense, it's going to be a price. And this is going to collapse into a distribution of waiting times. As I told you before, some households might really value generosity and be willing to restrict their housing choices, but getting the high generosity voucher is very difficult. So what are they going to do? They're going to wait for multiple periods until getting the voucher. Remember that this waiting is costly. Here in the last 2 periods here, that means that households waited 3 years to get a voucher, repeatedly applying to accumulate score and kind of signal to the government that they're in need of assistance. Now let me jump into the data. This is one of the main heavy lifting of the project, but I'm going to be very brief. For the program, I'm going to have microdata and a panel of applications for each voucher, for each applicant. And if they get awarded a voucher, I'm going to observe their housing choices, basically which unit they buy and their characteristics. On top of that, I'm going to have rich demographics like income, family composition, age, and others. On the side, I'm going to have administrative data on the universe of real estate transactions in the city. And I'm going to merge these two. So I'm going to observe each transaction, whether it was subsidized or not. For the supply side, I'm going to observe a survey that covers near the universe of new developments in the city. I observe where each building is built, what units are there, and how they sell the stock of these new developed units over time. Finally, I don't have microdata on the overall population, but I'm going to use the census and housing service to draw households from there. So very briefly, let me tell you in a couple of sentences who gets voucher. The high and medium vouchers are concentrated among larger and lower income households. These are families that have many kids and have low income. If you look at the relationship between the eligible population and the winners, these vouchers, at least on observables, seem well targeted. The eligible population is richer and smaller households than the ones that the government is prioritizing. However, if you look at the low voucher, the story is different. These vouchers are, the winners of these vouchers relative to eligible population are smaller and higher income households, also younger. This, at least in the data, looks as bad targeting. Why? They are richer, they're younger, they don't have kids. So one of the kind of goals of the modeling and the counterfactor that I'm gonna run is to basically question if just looking at the observables is enough to understand targeting, or whether these guys waiting many periods until getting a voucher actually is telling some information about their preferences. I'm gonna treat housing units in discrete groups that I call housing segments, which are defined by the tuple of where they're a house or apartment, size bins, where they're a new or resale unit, and the neighborhood in which they're located. The exposition of these segments, once I treat them as homogeneous products, are gonna vary a lot. The segments that are eligible for the high voucher, which are obviously the ones with lower prices, around 1 out of 4 transactions are subsidized. So they're highly exposed to this policy. And that decreases towards the low voucher. So in this plot, I cannot read the, in this plot, this decreasing trend is just by design, right? We have price caps, people don't like prices, that's fine. However, look at the vertical differentiation. There's eligible units around here that are almost not being purchased by subsidized people, regards being the same prices as some other units where half of them are subsidized by households. That is explained by the beneficiaries' preferences. What we expect is that these units are the ones that the subsidized population actually cares about. Let me jump into the model. I'm gonna give you an overview of the model. So let me start by the timing of the market clearing within a half year. Everything is kind of gonna match the timing and events that happen in the voucher award mechanism. So by the end of the period, we're gonna clear the housing market. There's gonna be these housing segments which are gonna be treated as homogeneous products, clear at equilibrium prices and quantities. And we're gonna have a set of households that are gonna be subsidized, that are gonna be the subsidized demand, and another that is gonna be unsubsidized. So what a household do when it arrives? They arrive to the market. If they're eligible, they need to make an application decision. They can not apply for a voucher and directly go to purchase a house, or they can apply for a voucher, in which case, this is a modeling assumption, they're gonna wait for at least one period. And in the next market, they're gonna face the same problem again. They can apply to different vouchers, or they can go to the housing market. One detail is that I'm gonna treat the voucher equilibrium cutoff scores as the prices determine this allocation, and the cost of applying for a voucher, which is gonna be determined by this waiting time. Finally, I'm not gonna give many details on supply today, but we're gonna have three relevant agents. First, developers that are gonna choose how much to build of each housing type, given their beliefs over future prices. Once these are built, they become the new housing stock. And over time, they can decide whether to sell or not these units at the equilibrium prices. The resale stock, due to data limitation, is gonna be more simple. I'm gonna assume that a share of the stock of units in the city randomly considers whether to sell or not each period at the given market prices in a myopic way. So let me show you how I specify demand for housing. Households are going to differ by their observables, which are income, age, family composition, and they're going to have unobserved preference for 2 key objects. First, the price sensitivity, and second, the preferences for home ownership. This is the value of owning anything that is not the upside option. What is going to be the upside option here is going to be the staying as a renter. So I'm going to be as flexible as possible on variation in the relative value of owning versus renting, but I'm not going to be clearing the market price, the rental market price. And finally, households might have a voucher status. So if they don't have a voucher, they just face market prices, and they can choose any unit in the city. If they have a voucher, they choose among the eligible units that are below the price cutoff and face discounted prices, which are going to depend on these schedules that I just showed you before. Via the standard extreme value 1 assumption, we get closed forms for the demand. And one object that is usually matters in these models, but here's going to matter more, is the value of a voucher, which is the inclusive value of going to a certain market under different voucher status. This can be many different vouchers or going unsubsidized. Now let me briefly tell you how I model the voucher application choice. Every eligible household that hasn't gone to the housing market yet is going to decide whether to apply for a voucher or not apply and go to the housing market. In the paper, I solved a kind of more general version of this, but the necessary assumptions that I need to solve it is that the time to use is exogenous and that they're myopic about potential evolution of the voucher menu. And on top of that, their own preferences. Why? Because these objects are very high dimensional, and I could not keep track of them. So I'm going to make a further assumption, which in the paper I motivate by the data there, that is using a heuristic where there's static repeated applications. So each period, they're going to consider where to apply to a voucher as if they would keep applying for this indefinitely until winning it. This is going to be the weighting cost, basically the probability that I expect to get this voucher given my beliefs over the cutoff scores, and I'm going to get the payoff of going to that market if I'm awarded. As I'm just going to be very brief on housing supply for briefness, there's going to be the inventory is going to be all housing units that are built, and they're just going to solve a discrete problem of where to sell or not as price takers. That's going to give the total value of a new unit of a certain type, which is going to be the expected value of solving this problem over time. Why would you wait? Prices are going up, so you might wait and hold your unit to sell it more expensive. Then I'm going to borrow for the macro housing literature and use a representative developer for each type that are going to take into account the value of getting a new unit today and decide how much to build given their cost. Finally, the resale housing supply is going to be just a myopic exogenous share of the owners of the resale stock in the city that are going to decide whether to sell or not, given equilibrium market prices, and then become inactive. I'm going to just sketch the estimation, but basically we're in a situation where we have microdata for beneficiaries and the transaction shares of all the products in the city. This, for the ones that are familiar, is pretty common it screams use a MLE estimator as the one recently by Greco, but we have the problem of the selection into the voucher assistance. I cannot use vouchers as price shifters. And actually there's two issues. One is that the voucher status is endogenous, but second, the fact that I observe you in my micro sample is also due to your voucher choice, so you're selected into it. Very abusing notation, I'm going to solve the joint likelihood of the voucher choice and the housing choice given that you are or not in my microdata. So this is the standard, just a BLP but written in MLE version. We have the microdata, which are the housing choices of beneficiaries' households, and these are just the share for the unsubsidized ones. If vouchers were randomly allocated, this would be fine and we can proceed. However, they're not. And what I'm going to do is to exploit this very tractable voucher application model to construct what I call selection correction weights. Basically, these weights are going to weight the unobserved distribution, so they're going to rationalize two households that look the same on observables, but one is applying for a voucher and got it, and one didn't. This is going to mean that the selection correction weight is going to weight the unobservable draws that might explain this difference between them. We're still not done in the sense that we still need something that shifts the voucher choice without being correlated and being orthogonal to housing preferences. For this, I'm going to exploit the changes in the voucher menu design. There's variation over time over how many vouchers are introduced, as well as the share of each within the ones that are introduced. And this correlates very strongly with the cutoff scores I observed. So basically, if the government gets more budget for vouchers, these prices, the cutoff scores are going to move. Then, here I'm just plotting this is the plot that I showed you before, but here are the previous voucher menu. Over time, discounts, price caps, and eligibility conditions changes, which are going to shift the voucher value as well as choices. I'm going to skip supply for the sake of time, and maybe counterfactors too. So, yeah, 0. Okay. I hope Milena talks about the counterfactors. Can I wrap up? Okay, okay, let me see if this works. So very briefly, with all this machinery, I'm going to be able to compute the marginal value of public funds, which I'm going to find is 60 cents per dollar, very similar to US policy subsidizing adults. But the model allows me to decompose this object. I'm going to go very quickly through it. So first, I'm going to find that the price pass-through concentrates, I don't know how to take this thing out, concentrates among the affordable segments that are eligible for these vouchers. And these pecuniary externalities are going to make unsubsidized households lose a lot of surplus. Why? They're paying higher prices for the cheaper housing units, and beneficiaries are very happy with this. This is the 50 cents received by each dollar spent for the beneficiaries, and non-beneficiaries lose 25. Not going to describe the plot, but what I found is that as lower income households are unsubsidized are the ones that prefer these resale cheap units, these are the ones that are going to bear the cost of the policy. They lose more money, and they, however, don't decrease their home ownership that much. And just to wrap up, what explains this is how the voucher menu is targeted. In this side, we have the distribution of the baseline homeownership probability among the subsidized population and the unsubsidized population. What is going on is that low-income households that are unsubsidized are the ones that have strong preferences for becoming homeowners. Therefore, they don't want to wait and just go to the housing market and pay higher prices. But the menu is somewhat doing their job in the sense that they capture these households that are very unlikely to buy, and when subsidized, end up increasing their probability of buying. I also want to wait to wrap up. Or I can continue.
All right, our discussion is Milena Almagro.
Okay, so thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to discuss this paper. First thing that I want to say that I'm really happy to discuss another NYU IO Plus graduate, so kudos about that. And so I'm not going to summarize the paper, or I'm not going to provide a lot of details. Just to set the stage, we're going to be studying Chile's DS1 housing voucher program for buying homes. Nano did a good job at explaining the model. This is just a snapshot of the model. And just to emphasize what I think is the conceptual and methodological contribution of the paper is that this is the first paper that endogenizes the application to housing assistance programs in a housing equilibrium setting. Now, allow me to put on my urban economist hat for the next few slides. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to motivate why studying this question is first order importance for policy. And I think this is probably one of the most important markets that we're going to see here today. So in Chile, DS1 vouchers cover 7% of annual transactions,
if we go back to 1977, it accounts for 29% of the housing stock. Housing assistance programs are widespread throughout the world. We see them in many, many, many countries around the world. And then we see that the housing stock can cover, or housing assistance programs can cover up to 80% of the housing stock in the case of Singapore. Something that all of these programs have in common is that you need to apply to get housing assistance. This application, in the case of the Netherlands, everybody joins a wait list when they turn 18, but of course depends on the paperwork and all the hurdles that you have to go through. Given the importance of housing assistance programs, there is also a big literature in urban economics and in some IO papers here that have tried to study the welfare consequences of these programs. And most of these papers, I think all of these papers, including mine, we cannot say anything about the application process. Why? Because data on applications is scarce. And this is one of the beauties of Nano's paper. Okay, so why do I think endogenizing the application process is important? Because if we don't do so, who receives a voucher is not random. So applicants are going to be self-selected on observed preferences, which is going to lead to bias estimates, and therefore we're going to get bias counterfactual effects for the eligible population, bias pass-through, bias welfare effects for the broader population, and also we're going to put the wrong number on the marginal value of public funds, which is how we more or less measure how effective a policy is. Okay, my discussion is going to be summarized in one sentence, which is choose the battles that are worth dying. And it's going to revolve around three comments. The first comment is the voucher application. The second comment that I think is less central is the housing supply model. And I'm going to give you some suggestions in which you can hammer down what I think is the main conceptual contribution of the paper with the machinery that you already have. Comment one, the application problem, and we've been discussing here this offline through WhatsApp, so we're very modern people. And I'm just reproducing the net present value of vouchers, of a voucher B. Basically, the idea is that you're going to apply for the same voucher B until you get it. Once the net present value, B bar, you're going to get on top of that an idiosyncratic shock, and then you choose the voucher that you prefer. Okay, so let's think about this problem that I think you're doing to simplify the problem, is that this assumption or this result that households apply until they win the voucher, to me, I don't really understand, even if the net present value is fixed, if you get idiosyncratic shocks, why you don't see, this doesn't allow for switchers in and out of different vouchers or in and out of apply. The first thing that I would like to see is how the data looks on this margin, just to support this result. I don't think this is super problematic, but I do think that you're missing like very nice feature of your data that you don't have any value in reapplications with this model. And it seems that reapplications is an important margin because 30% of the winners of high vouchers did so because they got bonus for being a reapplicant. And the high voucher is the one that goes to low-income people. So if we want to think about targeting and distributional effects, we might be getting something wrong here. Second, this W, which is the wait time from applying until you buy the house, is a function of two things. Not only the wait time until you get the voucher, but also the wait time, the time until you buy after getting the voucher. 40% of people who win a voucher never buy. I don't know where these people are right now in the estimation, but I think what is more important is that it conflates variation in wait times because of the supply of vouchers with variation in prices because people are waiting, or variation in housing characteristics that appear once you are on the market. And I think not exploiting that variation to identify preferences is kind of a shame, and I think you should do so. And lastly, I don't know how important this is, that there are no application costs beyond the idiosyncratic shock. I don't know how costly it is to apply in this context. I would like you to provide some data or like some evidence that this doesn't matter, but if costs are large, you are gonna get the wrong value of vouchers in their estimation. This can all be fixed. Don't panic. I have a ton of suggestions, and I'm super happy to talk offline about how I would approach these things. Okay, comment 2. Revisiting the supply model. So Nano didn't even cover it in detail, but basically we have a simplified and stylized framework in which we have long-run versus short-run price responses. And we're going to have some assumptions here. Everybody makes assumptions, including myself. And none of these are bad in isolation. However, when I go and see the elasticities that you get, there is something that doesn't fully square up for me. In a nutshell, the supply elasticity that you get for new development is extremely, extremely large. So just for those of you who are not familiar with housing supply elasticities, there are some papers. Elasticity of 3 is comparable to the least constrained US metro, which is Charlotte. And metro areas tend to be more elastic than the smaller geographical units that Nano considered, just kind of mechanical. I actually found a paper during the break that gets the elasticities for Santiago, and as you can see, for new development is 0.5. Why I think this is an important point, because I have the feeling that some of the counterfactual results that you are getting is driven by these elasticities. Why? Most of the price effects are concentrated in the resale market that is relatively more inelastic than the new development market, in which you don't see any price action at all in your counterfactual. So probably if you have a lower supply elasticity, you will get even larger price effects, and probably you would have even like lower welfare effects for the broader population. Okay, so you asked me, Milena, what is elasticity of 3? I have no idea what that means. What is Charlotte? So I took some pictures from the internet. This is Charlotte. I think the caption of the picture speaks for itself. Of course, this is not the same timeline as what Nano is comparing, but this is how Charlotte has changed in the last 10 years. And as you can see, we see dramatically like amounts of new development. So at least, I don't know so much about Chile, you know more than me. I would like to see more of this in the paper when it comes to putting these elasticities in context. Some of these I think can be fixed. The first, you can address some of these things very easily. Robustness checks on elasticities. This is super easy to do with the machinery that you have. If things change a lot, maybe you want to rethink a little bit your housing supply model. I will be totally okay with the assumption that housing supply is inelastic in the short run. The caveat is that housing supply is not going to respond to policy, but many urban papers are already doing this. If not, calibrate the housing supply elasticity from papers that focus on estimating these parameters, or you can even try to mimic what Baumes, Snow, and Hahn did in their paper for the US. My overarching point is that this might not be your battle to fight. There are many papers that are just solely dedicated to getting this number, and I don't think this is where your advantage is. Finally, cementing the main contribution so that endogenous applications are important with the machinery that you already have. The first thing that I would like to see is how the demand estimates and counterfactuals change if you ignore endogenous applications. Second, I named this a partial equilibrium counterfactual in which vouchers fall from heaven. There is no application process, and I give different vouchers to different people and see how their choices respond. And finally, you can do an equilibrium version of this in which everybody who is eligible gets a voucher or a fixed share if you want to be budget balanced, and solve for the new equilibrium and see how things change, ignoring the application process. What is nice about this counterfactual is that this is mimicking some of what some governments are actually converging to, in which knowing that there is some selection and there are some frictions to get housing assistance, governments are lowering down the application cost and just having like an online application in which the cost is almost negligible. I'm just going to summarize. This was fun and a very interesting piece of work that I think has the potential of being a key paper in the literature. For those who know me, I don't say these things lightly, and so don't take it as I'm like, yeah, you know me. And my advice is pick your battles, focus on the margins where you have an edge, you have amazing data and amazing variation, exploit that to the max. Thank you so much.
Super great discussion. Thank you, Milena. All right, we will take questions. Right here, Mark.
Yes, so super interesting. One thing maybe for a separate paper, we're used to thinking of these lotteries as assigning products to the wrong people, but it also gives it to them at the wrong time. Like if you have uncertainty about whether you need it, you enter the lottery maybe earlier than you were really needed it, and there's like a dynamic and efficiency that's created. Shenzhen Li has a paper like this in the RAND on Beijing autos. So anyway, I can see why you didn't go for that in this setting with those static assumptions, but I could imagine trying to take it on in some future work.
Other questions?
I'll go in for one question I had as an organizer's prerogative. The price caps really push you to getting small units because that's how you get under the price cap. And so there's the kind of misallocation of you're a large family, but because of the price caps, it kind of pushes you to small units, has some allocative effects, and kind of unpacking that part of design I thought was a part of it.
Good, Fernando. Why don't you take a minute and respond to those two or any of Milena's comments that you want to, and then we'll give one more chance if people have other questions that come up.
Thank you, Milena. I owe you an asado. Okay, so I think the most crucial comment that I wanted to clarify, I usually when I present this paper, I just use the heuristic. In the paper, I assume a heuristic to simplify computation. The whole model, I show that it can be solved with an arbitrary set of rational expectations and many different belief paths. Why I do that is basically because what you said, which is how the data look. It didn't survive the job market because I have too many tables, but the median applicant applies once. 10% of the overall applicants ever switch vouchers. And most importantly, among that 10%, the switches are concentrated in the menu changes. So actually, I think, and that's why I'm so explicit about it, is I'm abstracting from beliefs over changes in the menu because it's a space that I cannot track. But I don't see, with the constant menu, a lot of people switching. And that in computation just makes the estimator so costly that I took it as not worth it, but maybe I can do the full likelihood soon. The second comment that is relevant regarding the housing supply is I totally agree. Like, I would like to have a lower new development elasticity, but there's I on purposely model supply as simple as that to directly match Bauman's No of other papers that use this reduced form. The only thing that I'm doing, and is that actually driving the result, is that I'm allowing developers to be forward-looking on prices. So the reason that the supply is so high is that most of these other papers allow developers only to react to current period prices. So they just build instantly. In my case, once you account for, during a setting in which prices are going up, and you want to build and keep those units for a couple of years, which is what happens in the data, the supply just becomes way more flexible. So in some sense, I think the difference on the magnitude is a little bit about what object we're discussing about, but totally. The paper of Chapa and of Joaquín Fuenzalida and Sepúlveda, we were talking a lot during the PhD. I think that my instruments are better in the sense that they use the exposition to the policy assuming the SATBA assumption is satisfied. But in practice, if there's any substitution, that instrument is invalid. So I also think that the instruments that I construct are kind of stronger given capturing the relevant variation. And just to not delay too much, Ray, I'm gonna blame the theorist for this. The reason that I would love to actually write a kind of optimal allocation process, but we lack very clear results on optimality of allocating objects when there's these dynamics. There's many recent papers on overweighting times and others. So if you go to the empirical side, it would look more like an engineering exercise where I try different things, but what is optimal or socially optimal is not clearly pinned down by the literature. So I'm not actually doing a contribution on that. And forgot who asked about the price caps, but yeah, I totally agree. Currently, I'm using the restriction that the price cap restricts your choices. In practice, it's totally feasible that you decide not to buy under that price cap and go to the housing market. So what I'm working is on estimating a benchmark, kind of different model in which you're allowed to buy anything. The thing is that you don't get subsidies for the thing above the price cap. And I don't have it fully estimated yet, but things look pretty similar. And it makes sense as these houses are very low income, at least for the higher generosity voucher, and the others are lower, so the estimates so far preliminarily are not moving things around that much. But yeah, thank you very much for everything.
All right, thank you very much. We will take one more break. We're back at 4:10, and then it will be certification of financial advisories. everybody. We are ready for our last session. All right, so our last paper, What Do Certifications Certify, is going to be presented by Han Bin Yang. Please.
Thank the organizers for including the paper in the program. This is joint work with Mark Egan in the audience, and Gregor and Amit were unfortunately at another conference. So we study certifications in the financial advisory industry. Broadly speaking, we're interested in understanding the role of occupational regulations. They typically come in two formats. The first is licensing. So in order to practice a certain profession, one needs to obtain a license, typically from a governmental body. The other one is certification. These are typically offered by non-governmental agencies. They're meant to signal a certain level of skill or expertise. Workers have the options, but not the obligations, to become certified. And consumers are also free to hire a certified worker or not. Specifically, we're going to focus on the financial advisory industry. So in this sector, you have financial advisors who offer financial investment advice to households, and they will help households manage their wealth. So in this space, ex ante is quite challenging to assess the quality of a financial advisor. In particular, it's relatively common for financial advisors to engage in misconduct. For example, they might use your money to trade securities in order to earn commission without your authorization. Okay? So making a bad advisory choice will potentially lead to quite substantial damage to your wealth. Partially due to this concern, we see a lot of certifications in this sector. They could potentially help signal the quality of advisors. These certifications typically require advisors to go through some education program and require them to pass an exam in order to become a certified member. And the certification agencies typically claim that they hold their members to a high level of professional ethics. So the first part of the paper is we're going to empirically examine what exactly do these certifications signal. Due to the concern about ethics, we're going to focus on certification misconduct rates, that is the fraction of certified advisors who have a record of misconduct. What we find is certifications with more demanding requirements generally signal low misconduct rates. At the same time, many certifications set low education testing standards, and they tend to signal high misconduct rates, crucially even higher than advisors without any certifications. So why that will happen, we think there are at least two reasons. First, households might not be sophisticated enough to differentiate among different certifications. At the same time, their competition among certification agencies could potentially lead to a race to the bottom where these agencies are incentivized to set low standards in order to attract more advisors. Based on these facts, we're going to introduce a structural model to capture the supply and demand of certifications. On one hand, we have financial advisors who provide financial advice to households, and they demand certifications. The incremental profits these advisors anticipate from becoming certified are going to depend on household sophistication. And we're going to allow these advisors to have heterogeneous ability, and this ability are also going to be correlated with their propensity to engage in misconduct. And this correlation will be a crucial structural parameter we estimate in the model. On the other hand, we have certification agencies who compete among each other through setting education testing standards. These agencies want to maximize the number of advisors. At the same time, they also want to minimize misconduct rates among certified advisors, and different certification agencies may trade off differences. Using this model, we're going to consider several policy counterfactuals. We find that increasing household sophistication leads to higher certification standards and lower misconduct rates. On the other hand, increasing competition among certification agencies generally lead to lower certification standards, so we see a race to the bottom. Something policymakers could potentially do is to directly regulate certification standards. We find that a potentially practical intervention could reduce misconduct rates among certified advisors by as much as 40% relative to the status quo. Okay, so for the rest of the talk, I will talk about the data and the setting, talk about reduced form fact, about what certification signal, and then introduce the structural model and show you the counterfactuals. Data. Okay, so the data about financial advisors are obtained by public records maintained by the regulator FINRA. We obtained 3 cross-sections of advisors as of 2016, 20, and 26. We observe their employment history and also whether they have a record of misconduct. And again, these include fraud, unauthorized trading activities, and civil criminal cases. And in the data, about 7% of advisors have misconduct records, so they are indeed relatively common. In terms of certification, we collected membership information from certification's website, and we also supplement that with some commercial database. We also obtained some information about the amount of assets these advisors manage from households. So, what are these certifications? There are over 200 certifications recognized by the regulator FINRA. For example, CFA, Chartered Financial Analysts, CFP, Certified Financial Planners are 2 of the popular options among these advisors. In the data, about 25% of advisors have any certifications. As I mentioned earlier, these certifications typically offer some training and require advisors to pass an exam in order to become certified. And they most claim that their members are held to a high level of professional ethics. Some even stress that their advisors are subject to fiduciary standards that require them to put their clients' interests ahead of their own. Okay. So I'll show you a few examples. So this is taken from CFP's website. They claim that their members will commit to CFP's ethical standards that require them to put their clients' interests first. Okay, so they do put a lot of emphasis on professional ethics. As another example, we have AIF, which is accredited investment fiduciary, which highlight that their advisors are subject to fiduciary duty. So interestingly, we also have some niche religious-related certifications. So here, this Certified Kingdom Advisor claimed that a lot of Christians cannot find advisors who share their values, and this is something the certification cater. Well, not to pick on Christians, there are certifications related to other religions also. As you see, these are certifications. They focus on ethics. They claim that they hold their advisors to a high standard. Next, we're going to look into the data and see what exactly do they signal in practice. Again, to do so, we're going to measure the misconduct rates among certified advisors. And these gray histograms show you the distribution among certifications we see in the data. For some certifications, the misconduct rates are close to 0, whereas for some others, over 20% of their advisors have a record of misconduct. As a comparison, this vertical red line shows the misconduct rates among advisors without any certifications. So if certifications in general do in fact hold their advisors to high ethical standards, you would expect this red line to be situated at the right of this histogram. However, we see that in the data, it's in the middle and to the left. This suggests that many certifications are associated with higher misconduct rates, quite the opposite of what they claim. And the patterns are similar once we control for a lot of covariates about these advisors' experience, their location, and the firm they work for. Yeah, we can also focus on certifications that claim they hold their advisors to fiduciary duties. If anything, the situation is even worse, where the histogram is shifted to the right. And these are also consistent with some anecdotal evidence from the regulators who claim that many certifications are used as marketing with self-promotion. Okay. So one question you may ask is, given this heterogeneity, whether it's potentially related to different education standards set by the certifications. So what I show you here is that there's also a wide dispersion in the estimated amount of hours advisors typically need to study in order to obtain the certifications. For some of the certifications, one could pass very quickly after sitting through some online modules, whereas there are more demanding ones that advisors need to spend 1,000 hours, roughly speaking, in order to pass. And we find that this is correlated with misconduct rates where 100% increase in study hours is associated with 0.14 percentage point reduction in misconduct rate. That's about 2% relative to the average level. So this pattern is broadly speaking consistent with the Spence signaling framework, where certifications signal professional ethics, and advisors who are less likely to engage in misconduct are incentivized to pursue certifications with high standards. But at the same time, we do see a lot of low standard certifications. Why? We think there are at least two reasons. First, households are not sophisticated enough to differentiate among certifications with different standards. And at the same time, there's a race to the bottom where certification agencies are incentivized to set low standard in order to attract more advisors. And the advisors they attract at the margin might be those who are more prone to engage in this kind. In the paper, we have a few exercises that we show are consistent with this mechanism. Here, I'll just highlight one. So CFA is one of the oldest, most reputable certifications. And advisors need to spend, roughly speaking, 1,000 hours to become a CFA member, and these misconduct rates are low. In terms of other certifications, naturally, they want to be perceived as equivalent of CFA. Interestingly, we find that, other certifications whose abbreviations are more similar to CFA are associated with a higher misconduct rates among certified advisors. So as you can see, for households who are now sophisticated to differentiate among certifications with slightly different abbreviation, could potentially hire an advisor under the assumption that this advisor has the same high quality as someone with CFA, but in practice, they might hire someone who are quite likely to engage in this kind of. Okay, so next I'm going to introduce a structural model to capture the demand and supply of certification. So on one hand, we have financial advisors who provide advice to households, and they demand certifications. On the other hand, we have the certification agencies who compete among each other by setting standards. So advisors are heterogeneous in their ability gamma and also in their propensity to engage in misconduct Q. Advisors choose certifications to maximize their utility. Obtaining certification is costly. This cost depends on the standard tau set by certifications. We're going to approximate that by the amount of study hours required to pass. So we don't think advisors internalize any monetary costs because those are typically paid by the firm. The crucial point is that they need to spend time outside their day job to see through this system. And these advisors have heterogeneous ability, and those with higher ability potentially will find it easier to meet the same standard. So we expect this gamma to be negative. Higher ability means gammas are closer to zero, and these gamma times tau terms are going to be smaller in absolute terms. On the other hand, these advisors anticipate some benefit to their profits if they are certified, and that's captured by this term pi. In the paper, we model this with a separate, we call it production function. In the interest of time, let me just stay at high level to tell you that this is going to depend on the misconduct rates among certified advisors, Q bar, and interacted with demographics in this advisor's local market, which proxy for household sophistication. And on the other hand, advisors may engage in misconduct. We're going to allow their misconduct propensity to be correlated with ability. We don't put any restriction on this correlation, and we estimate that advisors with higher ability are less likely to engage in misconduct. So it's consistent, the direction of selection is consistent with the Spence signaling framework. And in our framework, we assume that certification agencies set different standards to screen for advisors with different ability purely through selection. We assume there's no treatment effect where certifications could potentially make advisors less likely to engage in misconduct or more likely. In the data, it's a bit challenging for us to credibly estimate, separately estimate treatment effect. In the paper, we set certain level of treatment effect, and if anything, they typically make our counterfactual, increase the magnitude of our counterfactual. because when certification agencies set high standard, they not only select high ability advisors, but they also directly choose them. Okay, moving on to certification problem. Certification agencies compete in a Nash Trump game in standard. How? They want to maximize membership, which is market share among advisors. At the same time, they also want to minimize total misconduct, which is market share S times the average misconduct rate. And how certification agencies trade off memberships versus misconduct depends on certification-specific parameter omega. And you can sort of think about it as a constant margin rate. Well, these are nonprofit organizations, so we use the omega term to be somewhat flexible about how they internalize the benefit of increased membership. Based on this objective, when certification agencies have higher standards, they can reduce misconduct rates, and this is again through selection. At the same time, higher standard will reduce membership because certifications are more costly to obtain, and this is partially offset by an indirect effect through misconduct. When standards are high, misconduct rates are low through selecting high ability advisors. Low misconduct rates make these certifications more appealing from household perspective, and that in turn is going to increase advisors' incentive to obtain this certification. And naturally, this effect, the magnitude of this effect is going to rely on household sophistication. Okay, so at high level, this is our model that calculates demand supply of certifications. In terms of estimation, on the advisor side, we jointly estimate 3 sets of parameters that capture demand for certifications, and you can think of that as mixed logit, where we use random coefficients to model heterogeneous ability. And then the misconduct propensity is going to match misconduct records we observed in the data. And lastly, the incremental profit from certification, we're going to discipline by asset under management we observed in the data. Okay. What we find, again, is that high ability advisors are less likely to engage in misconduct, and also households who are more sophisticated, proxied by the fraction of college-educated individuals in their counties, put more value on low misconduct certifications, whereas households who are unsophisticated cannot differentiate among low versus high misconduct rate certification. Then on the certification agency side, we're going to solve the first order condition to solve their omega. Based on the first order condition, they're going to set omega equal to average misconduct rate among their advisors plus a positive wedge term which depends on inverse semi-elasticity. When there's more competition, this term is pushed to be smaller, and all else equal, that's going to increase certification agencies' incentive to reduce standard and target a higher misconduct. As untargeted moments, we find that certification agencies that are founded more recently have higher omega, that is to say they put more emphasis on membership rather than misconduct, which is again consistent with the race to the bottom phenomenon. I have 5 minutes? Oh, wonderful. Lastly, I'll talk about counterfactuals. So we simulate counterfactuals to understand the effect of competition, household sophistication, and also to think about regulation on certification standards. So in terms of competition, we find that when we increase the number of competing certifications in general set lower standard, which leads to higher misconduct rates among certified advisors. And so indeed, we find a race to the bottom effect. That is to say that in this setting, some level of market power among certification agencies could be desirable. That gives them some incentive to maintain high standards. Next, we show the effect of household sophistication. Based on our estimates, a lot of households are now very sensitive to certification misconduct rates, and that reduces advisors' incentive to spend additional costs in order to obtain a more demanding certification, and that also reduces certification agencies' incentive to set high standards. In this counterfactual, we find that if we increase household sophistication by assuming 100% of households are college educated, we'll find a counterfactual where certification agencies increase their standard, and through selection, a lot of advisors will no longer choose to be certified, and the remaining advisors are much less likely to engage in misconduct, and we can reduce misconduct rates among certified advisors by 30% relative to the status quo. Lastly, we think about direct regulatory intervention. In the data, there are 5 certifications that are granted special status by the regulator. Their members are exempt from certain state-level licensing requirements, and we're going to set omega tau of all certifications equal to the median level among these 5 regulatory approved ones. And similarly to the previous one, we find certification agencies that higher standard through selection, only high ability advisors who choose to become certified, and the propensity of misconduct among the remaining certified advisors becomes substantially lower. Okay? So let me conclude. In this paper, we study certifications among financial advisors. Because of the concern for misconduct, these certification agencies put a lot of emphasis on high ethical standards, but in fact, in the data, we find substantial heterogeneity across these certifications. There are certifications with high demanding standards, and they signal low misconduct rates. However, we do see a proliferation of many low standard certifications that signal higher misconduct rates even compared to advisors without any certification. We think that household sophistication and competition are potential mechanisms to explain this pattern, and our counterfactuals suggest that some degree of market power could be desirable in this space for certification to have some incentive to set high standard, and there are potential room for policymakers to directly. So I very much look forward to Eric's discussion, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Hanbin. Our discussant for the paper is Eric Budish.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm really delighted to discuss this paper. I think it's quite interesting and important. Thank you to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to discuss it. So I want to start by stepping back to something that you hopefully all know from undergrad finance, which is the magic of compound interest. If you have initial wealth, I take it from the laughter, this is review. You have initial wealth W, an investment return of R per year. You invest for T years. The compound, the compounding formula is, of course, take your initial wealth times 1 plus R to the T. If you have a real return, the real return on the U.S. stock market has been about 7% per year over the last century or so. If you invest for 30 years, your money roughly increases 8-fold in real terms. The rule of 72 is something you can use to impress your friends at cocktail parties. Let me talk about something that I think many of you will know, but I think is just from a social survey is not quite as widely known in the economics profession, which is the magic of the advisor business for the advisor. So let's say I had an advisor who charges a fee of 1% of your money each year. What does this cost the investor over the next T equals 30 years? And to do this apples to apples, let's assume that the advisor's fee is also invested at this market return R, so the 7% from the previous slide. And you can code this up by yourself in Excel. You do not need Claude to do this. I did this earlier in the week. And by the 30th year, you can see the advisor's got a decent share of the total pie. Actually, by 30 years in, the advisor has 25% of the wealth that's accumulated over those 30 years of investing at the market. It's really powerful to be able to get the full market return rather than the market return less a healthy fee. So by T equals 30, the advisor has almost 25% of your total wealth. By T equals 74, the advisor has over half of your accumulated total wealth. As T goes to infinity, the advisor's share goes to 100%. Of course, there's the Keynes line. He had a famous line about compounding too, but he's got the line, in the long run, we're all dead. But the advisor business is a very good business for the advisor. And some other back-of-envelope math you can use at cocktail parties is that if you're paying an advisor F% of your wealth each year for T years, a good starting point is it's going to cost you F times T% of your wealth. And that's a little bit of an upper bound, but you get the idea. So why do people hire financial advisors? There's a few different reasons. These are all covered in this paper and the author's prior work. One is to help me get to the investment frontier. So I think of like relatives who are dentists, doctors, or just like, don't know what an index fund is or think equity is not stock but is something very different. So advisors might have financial expertise or be able to provide emotional management of hard financial decisions. So in math, an advisor might help you get to a market return instead of some outside option return like putting your money under a mattress or in a savings account. Many people think an advisor will help them get beyond the investment frontier, and you think they'll get excess returns. That's not a real possibility for most people, but is endlessly alluring. And then third, help with taxes, budgeting, financial planning, and so on and so forth. So I've been complaining about the fees, and that's if the financial advisor does what they're supposed to do. But observe that the first couple of use cases are both very vulnerable to bad actors. The first use case, because by construction, the user's less informed, and that's why they need the help. And use case two, because the user thinks they can get something that doesn't exist for most people, so they're also, in a way, misinformed. And this author team's written a series of great papers on bad actors in the advisor market. This is a series of their prior papers, and it's all making use of this data set. I'll give you an example from the upper right. This is the guy at Charles Schwab who emails me from time to time pitching business, but it's this broker tech data set that describes advisor misconduct. So just a quick overview. The paper handman did a great job, so I'll go through this very quickly and then make a few comments. My comments are all, I think, very expositional and I think will be easy to execute. So it starts with an amazing fact that there are 200 plus certifications for financial advisors. There are a lot of classics like the CFA. There's a lot of low-cost, low-rigor certifications. It's covered in the top right, but that's Dr. Nick from The Simpsons, who famously went to Hollywood upstairs medical college. But if the need for advice reflects that the customer is at least partially uninformed, that they might also be uninformed about how to become informed. And then it has stylized facts about the different certifications that Hanman showed you. There's wide variation in rates of advisor misconduct, wide variation in rates of crime, fraud, and unauthorized activity. Many certifications are worse than nothing at all. The famous older, harder ones are in fact correlated with quality as you'd hope. And the heart of the paper is an applied theory and structural model that tries to get at why do these vacuous certifications or even negative certifications survive in equilibrium. And overall, I thought that the model was sensible and well done. Reddit has a lot of opinions about some of the online-only certifications. I'll skip the details, but a lot of it's a way to get letters after your name. And you can pass the test with ChatGPT. All right, so the structure of the model is that advisors decide whether to obtain a certification and which one. Their choice is going to vary based on their underlying ability. Better certifications are going to generate more business, but are more costly to obtain. And the model is basically standard spent signaling intuition, plus add some customer confusion in this parameter lambda. So the Reddit quote, just to have some letters behind my name, some customers are fooled by that, even though rationally they shouldn't be. There's certification agencies who supply certifications of different difficulty levels. The trade-off is they want more membership, but they lose surplus when members commit misconduct. And this parameter omega C parameterizes different certification agencies' preferences with respect to this trade-off. And then they run several counterfactuals. Sophisticated households just turns off the lambda thing. They don't get confused by the phony certifications. Regulatory minimum thresholds, and fewer certification agencies, so there's less of a race to the bottom. All right, a few different comments. A meta comment is that this paper has an obvious key under the lamppost issue that it's pretty candid about, which is the outcome variable is advisor misconduct. Right? It's not the other positive, it's not the potential positive stuff that advisors are supposed to do, like investing knowledge, managing emotions, or help with taxes, financial counseling, and so forth. Nor does it really have the negative thing I started off with, which is the high fees. I think this limitation is fine. The topic's fascinating and important, and the authors are able to get a huge amount of mileage from essentially just the misconduct variable. So I think that's a meta comment to have in mind as you read and spend time with this paper. First comment is just there's a lot of certification. It was genuinely eye-opening. It kind of blew my mind. Some requests are do a little bit more in the paper to bucket the legit certifications from the Dr. Nick stuff and provide more. There's a easy to execute online appendix that would be quite helpful here. But overall, what I'm curious about is how close you can get to, quote, naming names as to which certifications are really legit and how that shows up in your data, and which certifications are especially suspect. And there's a note for the room is that this agenda's prior work, the 2019 JPE paper in particular I have in mind, really had a measurable effect on firms that had a lot of advisor misconduct. It got a lot of press attention, and then the authors were able to measure ex post that paper actually moved practice. And I think this paper could have a similar effect on the frivolous certifications. The facts and results about the certifications with a fiduciary standard I found especially troubling. The whole point is a fiduciary is obligated to act in the client's best interest. The paper's evidence is a bit indirect. It's the certifications that have fiduciary standards that have more advisor misconduct than those without. But if the fiduciary standard isn't working as it's supposed to, it's a big deal, and it's important. An important policy implication is to get some teeth into what's this standard that's really supposed to protect investors. The second comment, and this will be a multi-slide comment, is I tried to put my market design hat and think about solutions to the problem of advisor misconduct as raised by this paper. And I think first best of some of efficient markets hypothesis nirvana, that doesn't exist. Finance is complex and emotional for a lot of people. And some people are really willing to pay for the hand-holding. But the question is, how do you get to a market that has the hand-holding but doesn't have fraud, exploitation, and high fees? So what the market needs is a certification that fees will be low, investments will be sensible, the advisor won't abscond with your money. And as I thought about that, I thought, like, we sort of actually have that already, and its name is Vanguard. And there's other, I do put Vanguard on a pedestal, but it's not unique on the pedestal. But Vanguard's a pretty special firm that I will praise. But more generally, I wonder if the solution to the problem of bad advisors is not going to come from certifications at the advisor level, but instead brands and reputations at the firm level, credible deterrence at the firm level, so firing bad actors and having safety and control against bad actions, and then credible deterrence at the societal level, so getting rid of laws that punish bad actors, especially if they're supposed to follow the fiduciary standard. I've talked about trust at scale in my prior work, and that can't just be advisor by advisor. Maybe the paper's asking too much of the certification. And I think you could do a little bit more kind of name names of where do you see firm effects and certification effects that together actually are pretty good in terms of quality, and where do you see firm effects that are quite dodgy. So a simple design of a perfect certification standard as defined by the authors is if you commit misconduct, you're kicked out of the certification and there's a significant penalty. So some kind of boil and oil penalty, which could be supported by escrow. And escrow is actually really low opportunity cost. It can be parked in something that earns the market return. So if quality is defined as no misconduct, there should be institutions that look like this. And I bet, I put Vanguard on a pedestal earlier, Goldman Sachs Wealth Management, I don't want to put it on a pedestal, but I bet you it kind of roughly approximates this setup, where it's not escrow per se, but you lose the net present value of being part of the firm and earning those juicy advisor fees for the rest of your life. And then one last point is none of the counterfactuals really work. The best is the regulatory standards counterfactual, which gets the misconduct rate down to below the unconditional rate, but only by a little bit. So the reader's really left wondering what are genuine solutions to the problem of misconduct, and curious if some firms have already found such solutions. This paper I think of as a great contribution to the literature on rent-seeking and finance. There's a lot of macro evidence from Greenwood and Sharfstein and Philippon. I've written on kind of the micro-market design level. I knew financial advisors engaged in rent-seeking, but what I learned from this paper is that the financial advisor certification agencies are doing it too. Gary Gensler, the former SEC chair, talked about finances like sand through the hourglass, and a lot of intermediaries trying to pluck some of the sand as it flows through. All of my fun graphics are obscured by the Zoom. And then nitpicky comments. I'll skip this. This is just proof of work that I did my job as discussant. I'll send this, we'll talk about this with the authors offline. And then my final thought is, what a weird market. I didn't know anything about all these wacky certifications. I've been fooled by, I was confused by many in the past. It's so important. It's a great paper. I really loved engaging with it. And I bet it'll have an important policy impact. And then a plea for the room is just more work, keep the work coming on the IO and market design of financial markets. It requires paying some fixed costs to learn institutional details, but the stakes are massive. It's literally quadrillions of dollars of volume in the U.S. financial system each year, and there's a lot of scope for research to improve social welfare. So thanks a lot. I had a lot of fun engaging with this paper.
Thanks very much, Eric. Great way to end us out. Comments? I'm going to go over to Fiona first.
I was wondering if the certification organizations that are are squarely are nonprofits, whether you could get the top 5 paid employees and find out their names and how much money they make, and maybe if those organizations have meetings that are in Hawaii at the Four Seasons, kind of like Blue Cross Blue Shield and the standardized testing, quote, nonprofits, unquote. And then my other question was whether you could go to the people who are not certified, whether there's any demographics on them. Did they go to college, and which college? Did they go to graduate school? Because it feels a bit like, I mean, there's going to be some sensible people in that group who understand that they don't need letters because they have some good reputation in their community, and that would be kind of interesting to track down a little bit more.
Just wanted to comment that I'm not too surprised that the certifications that claim to have fiduciary standards actually are associated with more misconduct. It's not real fiduciary duty. It's just cheap talk, right? It's not legal fiduciary duty. If you go to court and you have this certification but you're not a fiduciary, you will not be treated as a fiduciary. So in fact, if you're going out and saying, hey, I'm a fiduciary, then you're just probably fishing for rubes. So I think the result is quite reasonable.
Can you tell us more about this misconduct? Is this about financial advisors? Here. Is this about financial advisors deceiving customers, or is it about financial advisors taking risks and cut corners in the pursuit of financial interest of their clients? Mostly the first one.
I was wondering, in addition to the number of customers, how getting certified changes the composition of customers, and in particular, I imagine we're not really catching all of the fraud, and maybe I could imagine that people who look for certified financial advisors might be more likely to monitor their financial advisors and thereby catch some fraud more.
A question about the uncertified versus certified, but crappy certification. It seems that there's one of two mechanisms. There's probably 8, but the two that come to mind are especially sleazy people go and get the fake letters to help recruit a particular group of people who are easiest to take advantage of. So we're observing selection. The other, which is come up with the firm's question that Eric raised, is it might be that the leading and more prominent financial institutions who we might give like a mediocre minus, but they'll be a lot higher standalones and others. So maybe that a large number of uncertified work from companies that are getting their customers from the company, getting their branding from the company. They're not going to waste their time with the nonsense because they're really just in a different part of the market. So we have kind of a segmented market. And the data based on who they're employed with and whether one could sort of put in a kind of matching sorting model.
Up front to Brent.
Yeah, just at first I was really skeptical of the story that it's like a pure spent signaling model seems appropriate here, but then your answer to Mo's question actually maybe kind of resolves that a little bit. So like if the outcome that you're focusing on is not people doing their job badly, but just like clear-cut malfeasance, then then the spent signaling story, I think, becomes a lot more credible for relative to this particular outcome. So, you know, in the writing and the presentation, I would you know, motivate that pure spent signaling with, well, you know, here's the outcome we're focusing on, you know, because once again, like, you had that one plot that showed, oh, you know, for these certifications where they spend thousands of hours, there's like less misconduct. And if misconduct was just people doing their jobs badly, now that feels like it might be partly human capital too. So anyway, just something to think about.
I was wondering how these certifications sort of operate within the context of how financial advisors are actually organized, in the sense that some of them may work independently, but many are probably part of a larger financial company. And so what I was wondering is, can there be a story going on where it is the reputable company that requires all its financial advisors to actually get a CFA, and that's in fact what's driving it? So it is simply a mechanism by which a better firm ends up sort of imposing a standard. And so this whole discussion around, in particular, given the discussion that they're really, when Eric said that none of the counterfactuals work, quote unquote, well, what does actually work? In other words, is the thing that works really at the firm level as opposed to the individual financial advisor level? And what's the interaction between the firm that does the financial advising and the advisor themselves? So some exploration in that area would be really interesting.
I just sort of have a question. You might have expected reputational effects to sort of mediate this, or at least mitigate this. And why doesn't it, I guess, is the question. And if anybody, I mean, you could look at the young guys who just came in alone, and you could see whether they built up, you know, did they do better over time, or how does this propagate? But I don't understand. I mean, we might have thought the reputational effects really mitigate this. It seems like nothing is happening. And the question is why?
Maybe related to the question before, but is there anything here along the lines of, like, you know, how the credit rating agencies will give a rating and that will be used to kind of like, from investment firms, like you cannot invest in things that are below. Is there anything like this for these certifications? Anyone else that uses the certification as like some kind of allowing you to do something different related to the question before, I guess? But does it open any pathways for like the types of products that you can kind of commercialize, or the purely kind of like something that you can put in your name and like that's it?
Right, organizer's prerogative, 2 questions. So one, I'm curious about the characterization of high ability or high quality. Like somebody who can perpetuate a fraud for a long time, I actually think it's pretty high sophistication sort of on financial ability. And I wonder whether what you're getting is is a different, more precise adjective. Is this dutifulness, right? That somebody who's willing to put in the effort and then will have the high ethical standards? Is it, right, what is, I'd be more satisfied if we have a more precise sense of this than just high ability. So that's the first comment. Second comment is the sort of race to the bottom phenomenon, if I understand correctly, is driven by the fact that the people who are evaluating this certification are not very well informed and don't really know how to be well informed. I think in other places where we see certification, we're seeing race to the top, right? In medical certification, or if you think about how long it takes people to go through graduate school now, right? It's sort of a race to the top about how much you have to do. And I wonder whether there would be an interesting context for you to be able to test whether that is actually the assumption that's driving it. Are there other kinds of certifications that appeal not to a naive and uninformed financial market, but that signal to people within the financial industry who are in fact well informed and know exactly what these certifications mean? And do you see not a race to the bottom, but a race to the top instead? Or do you see an absence of these kinds of meaningless certifications when those certifications are targeted to the professionals within the within the industry instead of the uninformed consumers? Anything else? All right, that's a lot of comments to give you a minute to talk about.
Thanks. First of all, thanks a lot, Eric, for a very nice discussion. And I think it's a very nice question to on compounding. I feel like I should give that to my students also. And I think in terms of your point about your market design point about firms, that's a good one. So I think in Mark's previous paper, there are evidence that, so in some sense, firms are a bit like certifications. So we could write another paper of what firms certify or who regulates the firms. And you can think about firms are signals, and high ability advisors work at reputable firms. And there are indeed firms that collect advisors who commit misconduct in the past and are fired by their previous firm. So I think, you do see, yeah, of course, there's some interplay between firms and certifications, but I think a lot of our economics in this paper could potentially apply to a situation where we think about the matching between advisors and the firm they work with. Yeah, you made a great point about rent seeking. I think in terms of naming names, I'll leave that for Mark to comment. I think we're a bit conservative not to get us into trouble, especially as the only untenured person on this research team. In terms of the other questions, Fiona, great comments. We could do some analysis to see whether these are really for-profit organizations in disguise. Yeah, so exactly, I believe maybe we should directly highlight in the paper these fiduciary certifications are sort of just cheap talk, and highlight that they're not legally required to be fiduciary when they just have these certifications. And I think there were some comments about whether the composition of customers and whether we're picking up detection of misconducts. Obviously, not all misconducts are detected. We're kind of assuming that if you do more misconduct, you're more likely to have misconduct records. In terms of the market segmentation of looking into advisors who are not certified, I didn't get a chance to go through the details. We actually have another source of heterogeneities to kind of reflect these market segments. So you can think about it as a random coefficients in a intercept in the advisor's utility to become certified. So some advisors, for some, perhaps in their specific business segments, have more incentive to become certified, and these advisors could potentially be more likely to engage in misconduct or not. So it's a kind of a parsimonious way for us to speak a little bit to this segmentation. And in terms of your comment about reputation, so we should probably think about it a bit more, but I think partially related to household sophistication, that in some sense households should be, so these misconduct records are publicly available. So for a sophisticated household, they should, when they decide whether they want, they should be able to go through these records and verify whether these advisors have committed misconduct. But we don't quite see that happening. So potentially households don't quite pick up that reputation. Or in other words, in this setting, perhaps there's not a very sharp signal of this reputation that's very easy for households to understand.
Give you a point of context, like Oppenheimer is one of the biggest firms in the U.S. Like 30 to 40% of their advisors have a past record of misconduct. So it doesn't look like they get punished necessarily for that. Where if you go to USA Advisors, they service military families. Not surprising, like none of their advisors ever engage in misconduct. So what happens is, like if you work at USA, you engage in misconduct, you get fired, but then you move to a firm like Oppenheimer. And I should add, like, we are gonna in all of our well, we named Oppenheimer and they admitted to it, but in all of our analysis, we're gonna control for the firm you work at. So these are really like people working at the same firm with the same licenses, doing the same thing. One's certified, one's not, and that's what we're gonna be measuring the differences in certification.
Okay, so anyway, so you mentioned that I think what you refer to as they need to obtain something in order to do some job that's similar to licensing. So some of these analysts do need to pass certain licensing to be able to practice certain business function. We think of that as more of the license is more focusing on make sure they have some basic level of financial knowledge and they understand the regulation, and certification perhaps is something that speaks more to ethical standards. About risk to the and the selection certification agencies, when I increase my standard, substantially change the composition of advisors to reduce their misconduct rates, there are potentially incentive for them to compete higher standard. But just based on don't quite see that happen. In principle, our model allows for that.
And your medical example is a good one because in that case, like for surgeons, you have one board certifying for every specialty. Here you have 200, and that we think that's part of the problem is you have 200, which is we had the same problem with organic foods in the 90s.
Yeah, I think that's all. Yeah, thank you.
Right, thanks everyone. We start tomorrow morning here at 9. I think breakfast same place 8:30. For dinner at 6 for those who paid. Don't come if you didn't pay.